Chapter 666. At the table, the women were laughing and talking. Come and touch it, Fan's chest has really become bigger. And it's super bulky. You're so annoying, touch Yuyu's. Yuyu's is not fun. Her body has been refined, and a Wu has to wash it with a poisonous liquid before it can be used. Hey, someone wants the poisonous liquid? I have it here. Do you want to apply it now? Tisk, don't drag me into your nonsense. By the way, Zhang Miao, don't you feel tired dressing as a man? Especially the flat area on your chest, it's so funny, big chest is not a bad thing. Eat your food, don't worry about me. Don't worry about my chest. As the only man at the table, listening to such a dialogue, Wang Lu really felt a little pressure, and at the same time, he was deeply puzzled. Where did these women come from? When did Wang Wu meet such a group of strange people? And their relationship is so close. Zen Master Guru was an old acquaintance. His braised dog meat was superb, and his Zen skill was also amazing. However, the last time they met on the Grand Cloud Mountain, she was just an incarnation of the King Pill, and her body was trying to break through the threshold of Yuanying and Huashan. After a few years, it seemed that she still hadn't crossed that step, but in the peak of Yuanying, her accumulation was getting deeper and deeper. That barbarian woman, Yu Jiu of Song, had a terrifying body that Wang Lu had never seen before. Although she looked tall and fit, without those angular muscles. Although she only looked tall and fit without those angular muscles, how could Wang Lu not see the infinite destructive power hidden in her body at this time? In terms of pure physical strength, almost no one in the same realm could be her opponent. As for the witch doctor, Wu, who was covered with bottles and jars and liked to be with the corpses, she mastered the long-lost primitive witchcraft. It was reasonable to say that after the end of the primitive era, the law of heaven and earth changed, and the primitive witchcraft was not only lost, but also ineffective, not to mention that the law changed after the era. However, this witch doctor did not seem to be affected by the rules, and some strange witchcraft was at his fingertips. The dancer Ji Lingfan and Wang Wu seemed to be the closest. Their relationship was even better than that between Qinyang and Wang Wu. As soon as she sat down, she sat next to Wang Wu without hesitation and pushed Wang Lu aside. Then, the two of them began to cuddle and flirt with each other. Many of their intimate actions were so intimate that even an adult like Wang Lu felt uncomfortable. Occasionally, he would catch a glimpse of her from the corner of his eye, and he felt that there was a mysterious rhythm to her every movement, and it was able to affect the laws of heaven and earth. Then there was the scholar named Zhang Miao. Although she was dressed as a man, it was still difficult to hide her elegant and beautiful style. However, what was more noteworthy was the ink brush in her hand, which could write into things. It seemed that she had mastered the way of writing and had great magical ability. Any one of these people, if placed in 9 regions, was enough to become a deterrent force. Moreover, their powerful strength far beyond their real stage would make them more eye-catching. However, except for Zen Master Guru, who became famous because of his irreconcilable enmity with the Beast Master School, the others were not well known. Even with Wang Lu's erudition, he could only call out the name of Yu Jiu of Song, which was accidentally found in an inconspicuous miscellaneous book. The others, such as a Wu, Zhang Miao, and Ling Fan, were not recorded, as if they appeared out of thin air. However, they were really strong, and their relationship with Wang Wu was really good. For a long time, Wang Lu hadn't seen his master with such an undisguised happy smile. Although Wang Wu usually liked to smile, and the kind of smile was ever-changing, such as sinister smile, cheap smile, shameless smile, and rampant smile, it was rarely as carefree and sincere as it was now. In front of these friends, she seemed to be much more relaxed than when she was with Wang Lu. But then again, although there was a wonderful fate between the two of them that lasted for hundreds of years, the daily interaction between the two was basically to hurt each other. They had to be careful in every word and action, lest they fell into the pit that the other party carefully dug. It was really painful and happy at the same time. Although there was no lack of happiness, it was absolutely not relaxed. Therefore, when he saw Wang Wu's seemingly innocent smile, although Wang Lu had doubts, he didn't interfere. Everything was fine as long as Wang Wu was happy. Even if they only cared about their own conversation and left Wang Lu, Aya, and Lu Li out, Wang Lu didn't care. In any case, the two of them heard that there was a free meal to eat, so they were not qualified to complain that they couldn't get a word in. Moreover, they didn't have any friendship with Zhang Miao and the others. As long as they ate happily, everything was fine. Wang Lu's appetite was average, so he only took a bite of the beef that was closest to him. At this time, the nearby Aya sighed and said, "What a touching and sincere friendship. It reminds me of the time when I founded the Knights of the Round Table system, where there was no distinction between nobility and inferiority, no distinction between each other." What an ominous metaphor. I remember that not long after you founded the Knights of the Round Table, your country was destroyed, right? Aya was silent for a moment. Wang Lu, you're getting better and better at chatting. Thank you. After being hit by Wang Lu, Aya had nothing to say, so she began to drink to drown her sorrows. After 2 cups, her cheeks were somewhat red, and her eyes turned to Wang Wu and her friends. These friends of Wang Wu are really strong. Wang Lu nodded. If they're not strong, how could they be qualified to be friends with Wang Wu? Birds of a feather flock together. Wang Wu herself was not noble and elegant, in fact, she was the complete opposite of noble and elegant. However, if one didn't have some ability, it would be difficult to enter the eyes of Wang Wu, let alone be friends with her. Moreover, Zhang Miao, Yu, and the others were powerful fighters that Wang Wu specially recruited for the grand competition, so it was natural that they were strong. No, I mean, they're really strong. Aya's tone was serious. Although they are limited by their respective stage and can't be as strong as a supreme, they have reached the limit in their respective fields. Just like Wang Wu, who has reached the limit of defense and survival. Hearing that Aya compared Yu and the others with Wang Wu, Wang Lu could not help but be surprised. So powerful? Who was Wang Wu? At present, she was the only one in the Wanxian League who could steadily defeat Dixian in the arena. The name of the number 1 King Pill in 9 regions had long been spread throughout 9 regions. The absolute invincibility of King Pill in stage had become the consensus of hundreds of millions of cultivators. Some people even suspected that she had already deviated from the immortal path and entered the outer path, because according to the theory of immortal path, there was no such powerful King Pill in the world. But Yu, Wu, Zhang Miao. These people could actually reach the level of Wang Wu. They may not be as powerful as Wang Wu, but they are undoubtedly at the same level. They have a lot of similarities, so I think the difference in strength is not too big. At this point, the sound of a waiter knocking on the door came from outside the private room, and a new wave of dishes were served one after another. When Aya saw the new dishes, her eyes immediately lit up like Lu Li's, and she completely lost interest in talking. When Wang Lu heard her words just now, he could not help but put down his chopsticks and fell into contemplation. The same level? These people have King Pill and Yuanying, but they were evaluated as the same level by Aya? This reminded him of what Wang Wu once said a long time ago. King Pill, Yuanying, deity. The emergence and division of these stages were just the exploration and summary of the path of immortal cultivation by the predecessors. However, the path of immortal cultivation was by no means unique. Now it seemed that Wang Wu had undoubtedly broken away from the pattern of the predecessors, and with the help of the legacy left by himself, she blazed a new path on the path of immortal cultivation. However, a miracle like Wang Wu could not be repeated. Even Wang Lu himself was not ready to follow her path, but rather prepared to reach Yuanying step by step. But now, Aya said that there were so many people like her. In the past 100 years, what Wang Wu had experienced had always been a mystery, and Wang Lu never asked out of respect. But now, he was really interested. Seventh Madam, Yu. These people could not be casually met anywhere. Now that he thought about it, Wang Wu's path of outside path might be inextricably linked to them. No wonder they only gathered them when he was in dire need of a strong fighter. Moreover, they seemed to be unwilling to do so. However, in any case, if they could really be as strong as Wang Wu, then with the addition of these new forces, the pressure in the next competition would be much less. Just as he thought of this, he suddenly saw that those reveling women had begun to play the drinking game, and then made a loud noise. The Drunken Immortal building was named after the Drunken Immortal, so the immortal wine in the building was naturally very powerful. Even the Night King Aya, whose strength was equivalent to that of a supreme, blushed after drinking a few cups. According to the standard of King Pill's Yuanying, perhaps one sip would be enough to make her drunk. Of course, Seventh Madam and the others were not ordinary people, but after dozens of bottles of wine, they also began to be delirious. The tallest barbarian woman leisurely drank a jar of strong wine, then wiped her mouth, gave Wang Wu a wink, rushed to the scholar Zhang Miao, and pushed her to the ground. Xiao Wu, help me hold Miao Miao down, I'm going to take off her clothes. Wang Wu was overjoyed. Okay, I also don't like her dressing as a man. She has big breasts, but she doesn't show them to me, and insists on entangling them. It's simply an evil act against the heaven. Zhang Miao was pushed down by the barbarian woman, and she was drunk, so she couldn't use her magical power. Seeing that the barbarian woman unceremoniously put her hand in front of her clothes, she was shocked and said, You two idiots, stop. Wang Wu smiled drunkenly and said, If you stop at this time, are you still qualified to be a man? You are not a man. Ah. While speaking, Yu has unceremoniously pulled open her clothes, revealing the white skin under her neck, as well as the circle of breast-wrapping cloth. The nearby drunken dancer Ji Lingfan lightly covered her mouth and said with a smile, Miao Miao, you're actually wrapping your chest. You're so secretive even to your own sister, how disloyal. Come and let us see your true face. Zhang Miao's face turned red, and her pretty eyes were filled with tears. You perverts, just you wait. Seeing this scene, Wang Lu realized that these several crazy women seemed to be serious. A relatively taciturn witch doctor had already gone to untie Zhang Miao's belt. He was actually interested in watching it, but thinking of the side effect after seeing it, Wang Lu still smiled and got up to leave. He also grabbed the reluctant Aya and Lu Li. Although they were women, they were, after all, outsiders. When the three of them went out, they heard a burst of cheers from inside the door. A certain handsome and charming scholar was probably done for. Chapter 667. In the residence of the chief planner of the organizing committee in Immortal 5 area, several birds were suddenly startled in the quiet courtyard. Through the lush trees, a miserable moan could be heard. My head hurts so much, water, I beg for water. In the bedroom, the famous number 1 King Pill in 9 regions was now curled up on the bed in pain, holding his head. There was a thick and twisted smell of incense in the room, as if to cover something, which made it very strange. Hearing the groan in the room, the owner of the courtyard quickly rushed over, kicked the door open, and then covered his nose with his hand, but did not use the wind spell to clean up the smell in the room. Are you happy? Do you feel like you're floating in the air? The woman in white on the bed curled up her body and said in pain, I beg for water. Wang Lu pretended to be surprised and said, Beg for water? Didn't you have a good time getting water yesterday? You forced Zhang Miao to the ground and used all kinds of unsightly means to squeeze the water from the other party's body. How come now it's your turn to be dehydrated? What the F***ck, are you done? I just want water, okay? Can't you be considerate and bring me a bowl of water? My head hurts. Seeing that Wang Wu was boiling with anger and had a splitting headache, as well as many kinds of pain, Wang Lu nodded and said, "Okay, I'm coming." Then he raised both of his hands, and the 5 elements spell came out. A huge water ball condensed out of the void, floated above Wang Wu's head for a moment, and then fell down with a loud crashing sound, which was very chilling. The person on the bed was doused with clear water. With a scream, he sat up abruptly. And just as Wang Lu was ready to face her boiling anger and put the rouge tears in front of his body as a precaution. So cool, it's so much more comfortable. However, he heard Wang Wu let out a sigh of satisfaction, and then, completely ignoring that the bedding had been soaked, she lay back down again. Wang Lu looked up and down and saw that Wang Wu was completely soaked. Her white dress clung tightly to her body, revealing parts that shouldn't be exposed, but she didn't seem to care. He leisurely lay on the water bed, and after a while, his breathing gradually became longer. Wang Lu was shocked. How could he sleep like that? Hey, did the water go straight into your head? Wang Wu immediately scolded, "You traitorous disciple, you're the one who's out of your mind. Just now, I was really dehydrated." The after effects of this boiling blood wine are really not to be trifled with. When you're dehydrated, your primordial spirit is in a mess, and you can't even release your magic. Hee hee. Wang Lu sneered. "I'll let you drink." It would be a huge loss if they didn't drink the alcohol that was reimbursed by public funds, right? Relying on the fact that you're the #1 king pill in 9 regions and that your non-phase golden body is immune to all poisons, you boast about your ability to control poison? You're holding 17 jars of heavenly immortal drunk wine and having a drinking contest with the barbarian girl Yu? You're even drinking the half-poisonous and half-wine boiling blood as plain water, aren't you? It's really unfair that you didn't die from the pain. However, non-phase golden body was, after all, non-phase golden body. According to Wang Wu's drinking method, even a supreme would have to lie down, but she only slept for a night and recovered. It could be seen that the heavenly Tao was indeed not a reliable thing. After resting for a moment, Wang Wu frowned. "What's this strange smell? Your incense has expired, right?" Hee hee. Seeing Wang Lu's attitude, Wang Wu slightly frowned. Her intuition told her that there must be a trap. However, the headache caused by the hangover had not been completely relieved, and her thinking was still a bit slow. Therefore, she subconsciously raised her hand and raised a breeze to blow open the window, trying to take away the suffocating fragrance in the room. As a result, when the breeze blew, the fragrance drifted away, leaving behind a dizzying smell of alcohol. Even if the breeze turned into a gale, it still couldn't be blown away. "What's going on?" Wang Lu sneered and said, "This is 1,000-mile fragrance. Didn't you praise it for its strong and long smell when you drank it last night? Can it stay here? It can't be that amazing, right? Besides, there's only the smell of alcohol here, but no fragrance. Of course, the alcohol you spit out is not so fragrant. I vomited last night?" Wang Lu sneered. "It's not as simple as vomiting. You didn't do anything shameful, did you?" Wang Lu raised his head and thought for a moment. "With your degree of shame, it seems that there is nothing shameful. That's good." Wang Wu was relieved and asked, "What about Xiaoqi and the others? They are more responsible." After waking up, they all went to work. Yu has a competition today. It will start on time in 4 hours. Do you want to watch it? Wang Wu sat up directly and snapped her fingers with her right hand. A red flame burned from her feet to her eyebrows. Her wet clothes evaporated in a flash. She looked radiant, quite like Murong Bingley. Of course. Wang Wu's attitude towards her good friend was surprisingly warm. After hearing that Yu Jiu of Song of the Barbarian tribe had a competition, she didn't care about her poor state at all. She stepped out of bed and looked energetic. Not long ago, Lu Li, the sixth elder of the Heavenly Sword Hall of the Lingjian School, was a substitute. He fought with the Dixian in formations and lost by a narrow margin. That competition was very popular. Many supreme elders of the Heavenly Sage Hall came to watch it, but Wang Wu didn't come. Moreover, she asked with confidence. "Oh, old sixth level is just to die. I won't watch it." However, she was more active than anyone else in her friend's competition. "Oh, by the way, have you bought all the cheering props? Have you prepared the fireworks, the salute, and the celebratory wine? Yu has to drink every time she wins. Otherwise, she will feel worse than losing." Listening to his master's enthusiastic nagging, Wang Lu couldn't help but be more curious about the origin of this group of people. Who exactly were they that could make Wang Wu worried to this point? In the past 150 years, Wang Wu should have been disheartened because of the death of the eldest brother. Why did she feel that she had a second spring because of these good friends? Of course, Wang Lu didn't force her to imitate a chaste woman. During the 150 years of absence, it was more important for her to be happy than anything else. But there should be a reason for her to be happy, right? The brothers of the Heavenly Sword Hall who shared life and death with her couldn't let her untie the knot in her heart. Why could these women from all over the world? Thinking about it all the way to the competition, Wang Lu didn't figure it out. She only felt that the identity of Qinyang, Yu, and others was more and more mysterious. The competition venue of Wuxia of Song was located in Tianyi District. Tianyi District was an independent world. It needed to pass through a special transmission array to travel with other areas. After crossing the transmission array, they saw a crater. The so-called ring-shaped mountain was literally a ring. It was a huge ring that reached the sky and the earth, with no end in sight. Its width was about 50 miles, and its diameter was about 100 miles. In the middle of the ring, an island with a circumference of 10 miles was floating alone in the middle of the ring. The venue of the competition was on that isolated island. The special terrain created a special venue. There was only one venue in Tianyi District, but because of the special nature of this place, it could bear the needs of multiple competitions. Today, the King Pill Level King of Power competition was held here. The two participants were the barbarian woman Wuxia of Song, who represented the Wanxian League, and Du Xiaoxiao, who was known for his strength in Dixian. The name Du Xiaoxiao seemed to be enthusiastic and cheerful. It was easy to think of a smiling young man or girl. But in fact, Du Xiaoxiao was thin and short. He was expressionless, more like a dead person than a living person. It was in sharp contrast to his amazing explosive power. On the other hand, Du Xiaoxiao was an extremely serious and responsible person. When Wang Lu rushed to the auditorium with his master, Du Xiaoxiao had already arrived at the venue an hour in advance. Although this King of Power competition was a martial arts competition, it was a relatively weak one. Therefore, the venue was not large, only 1 square mile, and there was a flat white stone surface inside. Du Xiaoxiao sat cross-legged on the ground, wrapped himself in a black cloak, closed his eyes and said nothing. In this regard, there was soon a discussion in the auditorium. "TSK, he can really pretend. He came here in advance to pose, to scare people? Forget it, don't say it. He has the capital to pretend. You haven't seen the previous game. Can he win today's game? It is said that Wang Lu came to watch in person. He should win. He won all the previous games that he went to watch. If Wang Lu is willing to go in person, would also bet on him to win. But who did he choose this time? Wuxia of Song? Inexplicable, I've never heard of her. Who cares? Since Wang Lu is optimistic about it, it's most likely not wrong. He is the chief planner, and he also participated in the development of the contestant list. Isn't he optimistic about the previous king of 10,000 beasts? This, half a month ago, in the Yuanying stage-level King of Power competition, it was Du Xiaoxiao who easily overturned the King of 10,000 Beasts of Beast Master School. It was the combination of the King of 10,000 Beasts and his spirit pet double-headed mammoth. His strength was so strong that there was almost no second person in the same stage. However, he lost in a mess and was even seriously injured due to the backlash. After witnessing that game, the originally complacent deity stage contestant, Daoist Master Qinshan from Shengjing sect, immediately chose to postpone the game indefinitely. At present, the candidate was still in the emergency selection process. The King Pill level contestant was originally set to be Shengjing sect's Jianglu. Power King's true body was a rare top-level method, and it was even rarer that Jianglu could practice it to the Desheng stage in the King Pill level. Although everyone didn't expect him to win, they still held some hope. However, now it was replaced by a barbarian race female warrior named Wuxia of Song, which inevitably made people doubt. Before long, in the midst of people's doubts, the other side of the game finally appeared. Wuxia of Song was a tall and beautiful barbarian race woman. She was still wearing the animal skin clothes that she brought from her tribe. Her feet were bare on the ground, and her pace was neither fast nor slow, heavy and powerful. After the barbarian woman appeared, the discussion in the audience became louder. However, it was soon covered up by the crowd. It was overshadowed by an earth-shattering cheering. Yu, you're finally here. Wang Wu's voice was unusually loud, which even overshadowed the voices of many Yuanying deity stage contestants in the audience, which made people fully aware of the true strength of the number 1 King Pill in 9 regions that was far beyond the stage. Then, salutes and fireworks soared into the sky from Wang Wu's hands, covering the sky with a radius of several miles with colorful light. The audience looked at the magnificent scene in the sky and was stunned. Wang Lu silently walked away, not wanting to be associated with such people. Wang Wu set off the fireworks, took out a bottle of wine, and waved it high. I've prepared the wine. If we win, we won't go home until we're drunk. In the arena, Yu turned her head in surprise, and then showed a refreshing smile. Okay. On the other side, Du Xiaoxiao, who had been sitting on the ground for a long time, suddenly stood up. Although his movement was light, the whole ground trembled. Can we start? Yu turned her head. Come on. Chapter 668. With that said, the game officially began. Although there was still more than half an hour before the official agreed time, and many spectators had not yet had time to enter the arena, since both players were already in place, there was no need to waste time. After all, this was not a commercial game, and there was no need to accommodate the audience's feelings. The Mighty King's game was relatively low in terms of confrontation, and there was no need for fierce confrontation and killing. Both sides stood in their respective positions, and the arena would constantly produce heavy objects condensed from the essence of the earth and fall on the players' heads. The players needed to catch the heavy objects and maintain their standing posture, and the heavy objects would continue to superimpose over time. As long as they could hold on longer than the opponent, they would win. In the last game, the King of 10,000 Beasts fought against Du Xiaoxiao. Starting from the initial weight of more than 1,000 kilograms of bluestones, he had persisted for half an hour. At that time, it was no longer bluestones that fell from the sky, but Kuan Yen, each of which weighed hundreds of millions of kilograms. The King of 10,000 Beasts, under the pressure of hundreds of millions of kilograms, persisted for 3 breaths, and gradually became exhausted. Seeing that the opponent remained motionless, he had the intention to admit defeat. However, at this moment, Du Xiaoxiao looked up at the sky. Heavier. As a result, a pitch-black and round meteor fell from the void, carrying with it an incalculable impact force. Du Xiaoxiao raised one of his hands, like a pillar supporting the sky. The next moment, the meteor landed. Du Xiaoxiao's face remained unchanged, and his arm remained motionless, but there was a loud bang under his feet. The ground of the arena was reinforced by immortal methods, and could withstand a blow from Dixian without being damaged. Although the power of the meteor was strong, it was still limited to the yuanying stage, and could not crack the ground. But it could make the ground deform strongly. The hard slate was like water, stirring up a ripple of several feet high, which could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. The king of 10,000 beasts bore the brunt. He only felt an irresistible force surging up under his feet, wanting to throw him into the sky, but the hundreds of millions of kilograms above him made him miserable. The two superimposed, and the king of 10,000 beasts was overturned on the spot. Under the huge crushing force, his tendons and bones were broken, and he almost died on the spot. On the other hand, Du Xiaoxiao held the heavenly fire meteor with one hand and waited for the flame to extinguish. Everyone found that the stone was not big, only the size of a fist, and it looked unremarkable in the palm of his hand. But soon they recognized that it was the supreme origin stone, and each one was as heavy as a mountain. In the nascent soul state, Du Xiaoxiao could move mountains. And so on, under the King Pill realm, although his strength was reduced by more than 90%, it was still far beyond any King Pill in the world. Even the abnormal number 1 King Pill in 9 regions, Wang Wu, admitted that pure strength was not her forte, and she might not be able to defeat Du Xiaoxiao. Who else could do anything to him now? This barbarian woman from a remote tribe? Amidst everyone's anticipation, 2 square cyan stones slowly fell from the endless void. They were 1 inch square and weighed more than 500 kilograms. They were the products of highly condensed earth and stone, and were specially used for counterweights. Yu, who was slightly taller, was the first to catch the bluestone. Even though the weight of the bluestone fell into her hand, her arm did not move, and even the skin of her palm did not change, showing her unusually high physical strength. Du Xiaoxiao followed closely behind. His pale hand appeared from the black robe and picked up the bluestone. It was also an understatement, and there was no change in his skin. Although it was only the first round, the audience outside the arena had already begun to talk. Aren't these two people just King Pill realm? Yes, Yu Jiu of Song is obviously so. As for Du Xiaoxiao, it is said that he used the method of going back in time to bring his body back to the peak of King Pill realm, so there is no cheating problem. But, they are so powerful. Although it's only 1,000 kilograms bluestone, to not even change the skin of his palm, I'm afraid this strength is really beyond the Power King true body. Du Xiaoxiao was an ancient earth immortal and had mastered many ancient body refining methods that had been lost. Perhaps this Yu Jiu of Song has the special bloodline of the barbarian? 9 regions was vast. In some barren areas, in order to survive and multiply, there were many tribes that more or less had the bloodline of monsters, which was different from the magical power of mortals. In the arena, the two of them each held a bluestone, silently facing each other. A moment later, the second square stone fell from the sky. It was also 1 inch square, but its color was a bit deeper and its weight increased a bit. The two of them each took it, but they still remained motionless. After a while, the third stone fell, which was twice as heavy as the first one. Then came the fourth, the fifth. After a meal's time, each of them had more than 10 square stones in their hands. Although the weight of 100,000 kilograms was far from the load-bearing limit of the King Pill cultivator, it was impossible for a common King Pill cultivator to hang in the air with one arm for so long. Just like an ordinary adult man, he could lift a few dozen kilograms of weight, but it would be difficult to hang in the air with one arm, and it was impossible to maintain it for a meal's time. However, Yu Jiu of Song and Du Xiaoxiao each carried 100,000 kilograms of weight and remained motionless. Moreover, at this time, every stone that fell from the sky had already weighed more than tens of thousands of kilograms. Coupled with the impact of the fall, for a common Taoist master of the King Pill cultivator, it was already an effective blow. However, the two of them still steadily held it with their hands. Their potential was bottomless. However, if one looked closely, one could see the subtle differences between the two of them. Although Wuxia of Song didn't show any signs of fatigue, with the weight of 100,000 kilograms on her hand, one could see that the skin and flesh of her palm were sunken and her muscles were tense, indicating that she had used a lot of strength. However, Du Xiaoxiao played it down, and no change could be seen in his body. Is this guy really in the King Pill stage? How could there be such a powerful King Pill body? This guy is definitely cheating. How could the physical strength of a Jindan realm cultivator be so powerful? They claim to have used time reversal to regress the strength of their body to the King Pill stage, but who knows if they're holding back. Previously, they lost 3 rounds in a row in the hands of Wang Lu, so they simply don't want their face anymore? The audience raised their doubts in disbelief. Some people were even indignant and shouted abuse at Dixian. In this regard, the ancient Earth immortals who were also watching from the audience sneered and responded, "We have already recognized your number 1 Jindan in 9 regions, but now you're already cursing at him endlessly in this kind of situation?" Thus, the cultivators who raised their doubts were at a loss for words. In fact, everyone was well aware of the quality of Wang Wu's 9 regions number 1 King Pill stage. At least, the setting of the King Pill stage was very close to the edge. However, when Dixian lost to Wang Wu, they were indeed happy to admit it. Now, this Du Xiaoxiao obviously used a special way to enhance his strength, but as long as his body and magical power were indeed in the general sense of the King Pill stage, the Wanxian League could do nothing about it. Are we going to lose like this? In the audience, a strong spectator clenched his fists rather unwillingly, wishing that he could pour his strength into the field to help Wuxia of Song. That was Jianglu, who was replaced by Wuxia of Song before the match, and now could only sit in the audience. However, he was not dissatisfied at all, because he had seen the match with his own eyes. He was very sure that if he were to go up there, he would be close to his limit and could no longer compete with the opponent. The power of Wuxia of Song was far above him, but the problem was, it seemed that she still couldn't win. When the next stone fell, Wuxia of Song's arm had already swayed slightly, while Du Xiaoxiao was still motionless. The gap had become more and more obvious. I can only pray that the barbarian woman has long endurance and can wear down the opponent. Jianglu gritted his teeth, but in his heart, he knew that this guess was unlikely to come true. Although the King of Strength competition also tested endurance, as the weight of the falling stone continued to increase, after all, the advantage of strength was the most important. Do something, barbarian woman. You're the reinforcement sent by Wang Lu, you can't just lose like this, right? And at this time, the field really ushered in a change. Wuxia of Song, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened her mouth. Ah, it's really boring to wait like this. Thinking of Xiao Wu's wine, my saliva almost flowed out. Why don't we speed up the pace a bit and end it earlier? Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoxiao glanced at her and then revealed a sneer. Sure. However, the next moment, before he could open his mouth to make a request, he saw Yu loudly said, "Give me the supreme original stone." Du Xiaoxiao was stunned at first, and then he showed an incredible expression of shock. He quickly looked up and wanted to speak, but it was still a bit late. In the pitch-black sky, a blazing meteor tore through the darkness and crashed down. It was the supreme original stone that allowed Du Xiaoxiao to defeat the King of Beasts half a month ago. It was enough to make the King of Beasts at the peak of Yuanying stage tremble. At the same time, Wuxia of Song roared. Her delicate face showed a ferocious look, and her 2 clear eyes swelled into a blood-red color. Immediately, there was a burst of dense bone-stretching sounds in the barbarian woman's body, like firecrackers set off during the new year, but the sound was thousands of times louder. Circles of sound waves visible to the naked eye spread out with her body as the center. The barbarian woman's figure suddenly elongated, and all the muscles of her body swelled up. In the blink of an eye, she became a monster giant with a height of more than 10 feet. Oh! Yu transformed into a giant form, and it seemed that even her reason had gone away. She exerted force in her right hand, and more than a dozen highly condensed boulders were squeezed into a ball by her palm. Then she raised her arm and faced the falling supreme original stone. Boom! The loud sound of the falling supreme original stone was deafening, and the huge impact spread along her arm to the barbarian woman's whole body. Wuxia of Song trembled all over, and red blood oozed from time to time from her swollen muscles and skin. The bones of her arm were constantly broken, and it seemed that they were about to break. So, her left hand, which had been idle for a long time, suddenly lifted it up, and the two hands worked together to finally support it. This supreme original stone, which even a peak Yuanying stage expert was terrified of, was really caught by her. However, before the audience had time to be surprised and cheer for this, they saw a wave of terrain change blooming from under her feet. In an instant, it rose to more than 10 feet high, like a raging sea wave pressing down on Du Xiaoxiao. Du Xiaoxiao's complexion changed dramatically, but there was nothing he could do. The next moment, a huge force surged under his feet, and Du Xiaoxiao let out a muffled groan. He seemed to be unable to suppress the upward force and was lifted into the air. When his feet left the ground, the temperament of his whole body also changed. The original temperament of an immovable mountain was swept away, and he became depressed. After a while, blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Wuxia of Song still maintained the form of a giant, and her hands joined together to barely hold the supreme original stone. She smiled at Du Xiaoxiao and said, "Next, it's your turn." Du Xiaoxiao was silent for a long time. "You already saw it?" Yu laughed wildly and said, "Of course I didn't see it, but don't forget who I am with. Wang Lu has already told me about your trick of stepping on the ground and borrowing strength to fight. As long as you are cut off from the ground, you will lose." "Well, I admit defeat." After Du Xiaoxiao finished speaking, he reached out and threw more than a dozen square stones to the ground. The stones fell to the ground and made a series of muffled sounds. Du Xiaoxiao's right hand was trembling. Obviously, he had already lost his strength. After admitting defeat, Du Xiaoxiao raised his arm, and the black cloak rolled up and disappeared without a trace. Yu put down the stone and sighed. Her figure shrank rapidly, covered in blood, and involuntarily fell backward. But before she fell to the ground, a slender arm had already supported her. Wang Wu held Yu in one hand and a wine pot in the other, and entered the arena. Chapter 669. Yu, you're too soft-hearted. Such a good opportunity, yet you can't bear to do it. What else can people say about you? You really deserve to be poor. In the drunken immortal building in Human 5 area, Wang Wu's voice revealed a bit of blame, but it was more of a drunken haze. Wuxia of Song, who was drinking with Wang Wu, said helplessly, "How could you be so ruthless? The fixed price is 50 million spirit stones, and our tribe's annual expenses are only a few thousand spirit stones. Oh, counting the broadcast audience, you're advertising Wang Lu in front of millions of people in the City of Immortals, so what's the big deal about 50 million spirit stones? You don't know how many resources he has now. He can only give us 2 or 3 of them, and then he can live a luxurious life every day. Isn't it not good to be such a blatant corruption? It's rare to be a leader, but he's not corrupt. This is an insult to the entire leadership class. That's really not good." Wang Wu hatefully said, "Yu, you've been a barbarian girl in the Gobi Desert for so many years that your brain has been blown silly by the wind and sand. Not to mention anything else, at least you shouldn't let Wang Lu take such a big advantage of you. His 4 consecutive victories, especially your unexpected victory, have made his reputation soar again. Now, in Area A and B of the City of Immortals, there has been a cult that worships Wang Lu, and it will soon merge with his wisdom sect. That's a good human-shaped gold mine. I don't know how much he's earned from this alone, so what if you want him to give you tens of millions of spirit stones? Yu still hesitated. But I'm not taking advantage of him. Wang Lu did tell me that I can use that trick to break the other party's cheating. Otherwise, if I really have to compete with Du Xiaoxiao in strength, I'd lose. With that, Yu somewhat indignantly said, that guy is also cunning. His feet are connected to the earth, and he borrows the power of the whole world in heaven one area. As long as his feet don't leave the ground, his power is infinite. Only they could come up with this kind of rogue trick. Wang Wu said, the design of the entire City of Immortals was given by the Wuxia League, and Dixian was meticulous in its implementation. The specific plan for the King of Power competition had also been discussed and approved by both sides. They had not expected that there might be a hidden trap in the Tianyi district. They could only blame the incompetence of the Wuxia League. What's more, Du Xiaoxiao's bloodline contained the bloodline of the rock beast. Absorbing the power of the earth was an instinct, so it was not cheating. To be honest, after witnessing the tragic defeat of the King of 10,000 Beasts, few people could guess Du Xiaoxiao's real trump card. They really thought that his physical strength was infinite. I can only say that the intelligence of the Wuxia League is hopeless. Yo was curious. Isn't Wang Lu in charge of the Wuxia League? He is both a planner and a player, so how could he have time to take care of everything? Not to mention that some people in the Heavenly Sage Hall of the Wuxia League have always questioned the power of his little king pill. They need someone to check and balance it to ensure that the grand competition is foolproof. Humph, the result is like this. They are brainless and still want to fight for power with Wang Lu. They don't want to lose the grand competition. Wang Lu can rely on his own talent to mix in the Dixian camp like a fish in water. What good end would that group of pure bureaucrats have? Yo said, I don't understand what you said. There has never been such a troublesome thing in the tribe. In any case, I'm just here to help you participate in the competition. I just need to win all the matches that I can win. When is the next match? Wang Wu said, it's still early. In the next few days, Shao Qi and Miao Miao will be the main players. You should rest assured and recuperate first. Really, why bother to break your tendons and bones and lose a lot of qi and blood just for a match? For this, 50 million from Wang Lu is really not much at all. Yo smiled foolishly and said, I'm injured, but it's enough to have a victory in return. You, this barbarian girl, are really hopeless. Wang Wu hated iron for not becoming steel. But it doesn't matter, I can be your agent. As long as you let go of the authorization, I will help you manage everything in an orderly manner. Facing Wang Wu's sparkling eyes, she looked around and said, speaking of which, where is a Wu? She's picking herbs for you in the 100-herb garden. The barbarian girl was so frightened that she jumped up from the table. A Wu picking herbs for me? Could it be that she didn't need it anymore? This is a small injury, I can drink some wine and it'll be all right. There's no need to trouble a Wu at all. Please, when you say that, can you let go of your left hand that is covering the wound? With the cultivation base of King Pill stage, the tyrant body collapsed after receiving the Great Supreme Original Stone. This kind of injury can be cured by drinking some wine, unless it's the drunken 3 lives that reverses the cycle of life and death. Your desolate tyrant body is unparalleled in the world, but once the tyrant body collapses, it will be particularly troublesome. Right now, except for a Wu, few people in 9 regions can properly take care of it. With a bitter face, Yo said, but a Wu's medicine is too scary. Every time, it's disgusting. As soon as her voice fell, she heard a cold voice behind her. Is that so? My medicine is disgusting? With a thud, Yo-Yo fell down from the chair. She turned her head with a pale face and a trembling voice. Wu? Yes, it's me. The witch doctor nodded coldly, and a row of snow-white skulls on her waist made a slight collision sound with the trembling of her body. I was just joking, Wu said. Whether it's a joke or not, I can tell. Do you think my medicine is disgusting? It doesn't matter, I don't mind. It's just because you lack the basic aesthetic of medicine. As long as you take more, it will naturally improve. So, in the next course of treatment, double the amount of medicine. Wu, what? Twice is not enough. Then 3 times is also fine. That's enough, that's enough. Double is enough. I will take the medicine on time, Wu, please be merciful. While Yo-Yo and Wu were in a love-hate relationship, Wang Lu was ushering in a new peak in his career. For consecutive victories in the competition had made him initially establish an almost superstitious belief in people's hearts. As long as Wang Lu made his move, victory would naturally come. Therefore, people often prayed for Wang Lu's blessing before doing anything, wishing themselves victory. At first, it was the contestants who participated in the grand competition who did this, and soon this habit spread through the contestants to the major sections. In just a few days, it had become a fashion. From seeking victory in the grand competition to treating infertility, people worshipped the statue of Wang Lu at home and prayed for blessings. This was the phenomenon that Wang Wu referred to as the cult of Wang Lu. In this regard, Wang Lu was happy to see it. If this cult of faith could be used well, it would be very beneficial to the grand competition. Not to mention the effect of appeasing the people's hearts and stabilizing the rear, for the people on the field alone, there would be a world of difference in the strength of a person with the belief of victory and a person who was uneasy. With his several successive victories, although the union of 10,000 immortals was still seriously behind in points, people's confidence had gradually recovered. They were no longer as frightened as they were in the first month, where they immediately lost 70 to 80% of their morale, which could not be boosted by the cheerleaders. When Yo-Yo defeated Du Xiaoxiao, although the Wuxia League side still lost more than they won, many of the lost matches had become a bit better. Many of them were lost by a narrow margin, which made people completely see the hope of victory. And when Wang Lu participated in the 5th match, this hope was completely ignited. He had participated in a little-known small competition. The content of the competition was to plant spirit grass, Yuanying stage. The leader of Giant Tree School in the Wuxia League against Green Immortal Chen Geng. Before that, these two people were just strangers to most people, and Wang Lu had never dealt with them. At the beginning of the competition, the leader of Giant Tree School was one step behind, and he fell further and further away from victory. But halfway through the competition, Wang Lu floated in and sat in the audience. This time, Wang Lu did not say a word, and did not even look at him. He just watched silently. But when he realized that Wang Lu was behind him, the leader of Giant Tree School's morale was greatly boosted, and his amazing potential burst out. With the cultivation of peak Yuanying stage, he cultivated the 7 spirit grass in just 4 hours, which was even faster than Green Immortal Chen Geng. And after the competition, the leader of Giant Tree School directly advanced to the soul formation stage, breaking through the bottleneck of many years. This competition pushed the legend of Wang Lu to the peak. If the victory of the first 4 matches was related to Wang Lu's strategy and planning, then in this match, Wang Lu completely reversed the victory with his own aura, which made people somewhat convinced of the teachings of Wang Lu's cult. At the same time, the Wuxia League also ushered in a more morale-boosting game. Zhang Miao won against Fairy Luo Shui in the calligraphy and painting competition. This was the first time since Supreme Tianluan that the Wuxia League had won against Fairy Luo Shui. As a Dixian who was proficient in all kinds of arts, Fairy Luo Shui's attainments in zither, chess, calligraphy and painting were almost unparalleled. How many famous masters in the Wanxian League were defeated in front of her? Even Supreme Tian Luan's victory in the 90 game of Go was due to Tian Luan's terrifying calculation capacity. In terms of Go itself, he was actually not as good as Luo Shui. However, Zhang Miao won this game to her heart's content. After a splash ink landscape painting, the green mountains and clear waters were vividly displayed on the paper. The audience could even smell the freshness of the mountains and hear the gurgling of the stream. Such a vision made Fairy Luo Shui immediately stop her brush and look at Zhang Miao's painting in a daze, feeling lost. After a long time, she burned her painting of Shanxue. Such a crushing victory made the audience feel very happy. Although Zhang Miao was unknown before, after this game, she became famous in 9 regions. Zhang Miao's victory was also the first 3 consecutive victories in the Wanxian League since Yu Yu defeated Du Xiaoxiao, which was of great significance. At the same time, from this game, the Wanxian League finally gradually caught up with the Dixian in terms of points, and the gap between the two sides became smaller and smaller. After Zhang Miao, the person who represented the Wanxian League was 7th Madam. She competed with the Food Immortal in cooking skills in the Drunken Immortal restaurant and finally won with a braised dog meat dish that made the foothold of the Food Immortal unstable. Although the Food Immortal himself was not very proficient in cooking, the Dixian who resuscitated from the Tomb of Immortals happened to not be good at cooking. The culinary skills of the people who had reached the pinnacle in food tasting were by no means comparable to ordinary people. The gold content of this game was not low, not to mention that this was the 4th consecutive win in the Wanxian League. After the 4th consecutive win was the 5th consecutive win. In the King Pill level poison fight, the witch doctor, Wu, defeated the little poison immortal with the 7-tailed insect. What was even more rare was that she destroyed the little poison immortal's King Pill incarnation on the spot and traced back the source to hurt his body. She avenged the tragic death of Senior Red Blood Poison in the past. The 5 consecutive wins in 3 days made the Wanxian League seethe, but for the first time, the Dixian League fell into silence. In the face of the sudden 5 consecutive defeats, whether it was the leader Xian Mo or the consistent opponent Bai Zhe, both were somewhat speechless. However, at this time, Wang Lu struck while the iron was hot and finally threw down the most important chip, which was a letter of challenge to the other party. 2 days later, in Immortal 1 area, in the King Pill level challenge, I will lead the team to wait for you. Chapter 670. It had been more than 2 months since the start of the grand competition. However, there were only a handful of matches that were of real weight. For example, the most valuable one-on-one battles had yet to be held in its entirety. The reason was very simple. The Wanxian League side had no confidence in winning at all. The rule of the complete one-on-one fight was to win 3 out of 5 matches. Each side would send out 5 people to fight one by one. The first to win 3 matches would be the winner. After such a complete match, the score would be 500 points, which was equivalent to more than 10 matches in general, which was very important. However, in the Wanxian League, whether it was in King Pill level, Yuanying stage, Deity stage, or Supreme stage, it was difficult to find more than 5 people who could be compared with Dixian. Take the Supreme stage as an example. At the start of the grand competition, Hichu Daoran and Xian Mo had a big fight in Immortal 1 area. Although he too won that fight, people with discerning eyes could see that the other side gave up the victory. In terms of pure strength, Xian Mo, who could easily divide the chaos and put yin and yang on one side, was obviously above He. Tuesday. Hichu Daoran was the number 1 person in 9 regions, but Xian Mo was by no means the number 1 person in Dixian. The gap between the two sides in terms of fighting was clear at a glance. The only one who could win was the number 1 King Pill in 9 regions in Lingjian School. However, there was only 1 King Pill in 9 regions. In addition, even her disciple, the famous Taoist master Wang Lu, did not have the confidence to win against Dixian in terms of strength. In fact, in the warm-up match before the start of the grand competition, Wang Lu fought against Bai Zhe. Although he was not at a disadvantage, in the end, he did not win. If even Wang Lu could not win, it would be difficult for anyone in King Pil in 9 regions to win. Currently, the most famous and powerful people under the King Pil stage were Qiong Hua, Zhu Shiyao, Xiang Liang, Zhan Zai, Lu Li. Their strength was on the same level as Wang Lu. According to the ranking system of the Wanxian League, these people, as well as some of the veteran King Pil disciples in other sects, were all classified as special level, which was the strongest level in the King Pil realm. Based on Wang Lu's bonus calculation, his own strength would be above +10. If his equipment, items, and other factors were taken into account, his overall combat strength could even reach +15 and above. He would definitely be able to challenge those of a higher level. However, it was clear that even the special grade King Pil was powerless against Dixian. According to the calculation of Supreme Tian Luan and Feng Yin Daoist Master, in the battle between King Pil and Yuanying stage, it was necessary to have at least +20 strength to be able to eat Dixian. However, how many people could achieve such an exaggerated value? Below the King Pil stage, there might be various methods, such as super powerful magical weapon, overbearing medicinal pill, or immortal level bestowment method, to create a +20 abnormal warrior. However, once the King Pil was condensed, the strength of the cultivator would become more and more difficult to achieve. At present, in the Wanxian League, only Wang Wu could have more than +20 strength. Her real strength was at least +30, which completely shattered the common sense. And if Wang Lu's state could reach the peak of the King Pil stage, he could also have a +18 strength, which could be regarded as having a fighting chance in the competition, and the odds of winning could be about 50%. In addition, after the end of the training, Qiong Hua and Zhu Shiyao each had about +17 strength, so their odds of winning were about 30%. As for the others, they were even weaker, with less than 10% odds of winning. According to the best of 5, the overall winning rate of the Wanxian League was less than 20%, which was not a number worth taking a risk on. According to people's expectations, it was likely that Wang Lu would have to wait until these people had enough time to train in Royal Soldier Sect and improve their fighting power to an average of +18. Only then would he have the value to fight. However, Wang Lu seemed to be impatient. When most people had not yet completed the full set of training, he resolutely issued a challenge to Dixian. 2 days later, in the arena of Immortal 1 area, the King Pil level challenge. The news of the challenge quickly spread in the city of Immortals. Thus, before the fever brought by the 5 consecutive victories faded, a new upsurge swept over. Various areas of the city of Immortals began to discuss the match, as if it could determine the outcome of the whole grand competition. Wang Lu is in such a hurry, could it be that he has a new card that can guarantee his victory? I remember it in the newspaper that the original plan of Daoist Master Wang Lu was to delay for at least a few months so that those Yuanying stage King Pil cultivators would have enough fighting power. Humph, don't you understand? I'm afraid Wang Lu doesn't need those people in Royal Soldier Sect anymore. The friends summoned by Daoist Master Nanfei's are all invincible characters in the same stage. With them, I'm afraid Wang Lu won't even have the chance to fight. That's right. That barbarian woman Jiao of Song can withstand the supreme original stone with her body. With this kind of divine power, she is simply invincible in the King Pil stage. With one punch, no matter how many magical abilities the opponent has, no matter how strong their immortal method is, they would still be crushed to pieces. There's also a Wu, the witch doctor of the Age of Desolation. That 7-tailed insect is invisible and colorless, yet it can make little poison immortal have a nosebleed. If it's someone else, wouldn't they turn into meat paste in an instant? So, aren't we going to win for sure? Humph, if there's no certainty of victory, why would Daoist Master Wang Lu make a move? As long as he makes a move, when did he not return victorious? At the same time, the Dixian people were also discussing the King Pill stage challenge. It seems that Wang Lu's acrobatic performance is finally over. The Dixian Bai Zhe held the tactics written by Wang Lu and sneered, "He's exhausted his limited abilities." Before his voice fell, a fat Dixian couldn't help but say with a smile, "Bai Zhe, you're used to saying ironic words, aren't you? He has just won 5 games in a row and beat us until we don't have any temper, but when it comes to you, he's exhausted his limited abilities?" With that, as if by magic, he pulled out a steaming roasted pig's leg out of thin air and took a big bite. The big grin that reached his ears and the bold and unrestrained manner of eating, if not the food immortal, who else could it be? "Oh, you damn fatty, you actually have the face to say that to me? Up until now, you have lost all the games you have participated in. The face of our Dixian is going to be thrown away by you." The food immortal's mouth, in addition to eating, also knows how to talk. Hearing this, he sneered and retorted, "If you want to talk about losing face, in the warm-up match, you were played like a fool by that kid Wang Lu in front of everyone's eyes. It's more shameful than me. Enough, don't quarrel." A woman came forward in time and stopped the quarrel. Hearing her words, the food immortal and Bai Zhe suddenly stopped talking. Because the person who spoke was the current nominal leader of the Dixian team, Xian Mo, who was also the initiator of this gathering. Xian Mo said, "Bai Zhe is right. Wang Lu's letter of challenge shows that he has run out of tricks. 5 consecutive wins are actually not worth such a big fanfare. Compared with the more than 20 consecutive defeats in the Wanxian League, this 5-game winning streak is not worth mentioning at all. Right now, the fanaticism in the City of Immortals is completely instigated by Wang Lu. But if he really has enough cards, he can make the winning streak more." After a mere 5-game winning streak, he personally came down to the field, which can only mean that he doesn't have the confidence to continue to win. With that, Xian Mo looked at his companions around him. Everyone had different expressions. Most people believed her explanation, but there were also a few people who had doubts. For example, the food immortal, who was full of doubts while gnawing on the pig's leg. Thus, Xian Mo further explained, in those 5 victories, the sect leader of Giant Tree School defeated Chen Geng because when Chen Geng saw Wang Lu enter the field, he was in a trance and missed the winning opportunity, which was an accidental mistake. In the other 4 games, Wang Lu relied on the power of those outside path cultivators, not his own ability in the Wanxian League. Those outside path cultivators are indeed very powerful, but after all, there are only a few of them, and they have basically all been on the field. Apart from them, Wang Lu can't come up with any other way at all. That's why he threw out the letter of challenge at this time, trying to gain morale advantage with his 5-game winning streak, and then win this key King Pill battle. Think about it, if he really has confidence in his team, why would he have to work so hard to build momentum? After listening to this, the food immortal nodded, "Well, I'll take what you said as reasonable." After he finished speaking, he sucked clean the few strands of meat on the leg bone, then casually asked, "But on the other hand, if you really have the confidence to say that we will win this Golden Core competition without a doubt, then why do you need to gather all of us here?" During the previous few months of the competition, our participants all followed the schedule given by the Wanxian League. Each of us competed with each other, and we rarely met each other, because there was no need to say much, and there was no need to explain so much just for someone else's 5-game winning streak. When Xian Mo heard this, his eyes suddenly sharpened. "Bai Ling, what do you want to say?" The food immortal licked his greasy fingers and said faintly, "Probably because I lost too much, sometimes I will inevitably think too much. For example, I'm thinking now, that day when I went to the Human 5 area to participate in the food tasting competition, if I wasn't so confident, if I could be a little more careful before the competition. How could I lose? The same truth actually applies to all of you, it's just that you're lucky that you didn't meet Wang Lu. And this time, Wang Lu took the initiative to challenge us, clearly showing that he has the confidence to win, but we're here saying that he has exhausted his limited abilities. It's simply more stupid than I was at the beginning. The food immortal shook his head, not to mention anything else. If this King Pill battle, the Wanxian League arranges the lineup of Wang Wu, the barbarian woman, and the witch doctor, as long as 3 people are enough to win the game. I don't see any chance of winning on our side. After the food immortal finished speaking, all the Dixian people were silent. Because many of them had seen the performance of Yu Jiu of Song and the witch Dr. A Wu. In the King Pill stage, they received the supreme primordial stone, and the 7-tailed insect broke Little Poison Immortal's myriad poison invulnerability. Their strength was clearly at the same level as Wang Wu, and they were the outstanding generation of the outside path. In the case of limiting the realm, even the Dixian people would find it difficult to win. However, at this moment, a voice came in. If Wang Lu really arranges such a lineup, we will definitely win this battle. The person who spoke was dressed in black, the self-proclaimed sinner, and the true leader of the Dixian people, Black. Chapter 671. Sure to win? Hearing Black's statement, Food Immortal by Ling was quite puzzled. Not to mention Wang Wu, the barbarian woman and the witch doctor were all top figures in the outside path, and their strength could not be judged by the realm of immortal cultivation base that they showed. If the Dixian could go all out to fight, they would naturally not be afraid, but limited to the realm of King Pill. Not to mention the Dixian, even if a true immortal descended to the world, he would still be no match for them. Could it be that Black, who had repeatedly created miracles, was going to personally take action? But in that case, it would only be the Dixian side overwhelming the other side with strength, which seemed quite different from what he wanted to express. In this regard, Black simply explained, those outside path cultivators are unconventional, but they have a unique specialty. As long as they are targeted a little, they can win. For example, against the barbarian woman, as long as they bring out their virtual body, what can they do even if they have great brute force? Remember, outside path cultivators don't mean that they are invincible. Except for Wang Wu, the rest are nothing to worry about. With that, Dixian in Black pondered for a moment, then said. However, Wang Lu should also be clear about this. He has no reason to walk into the trap. Xian Mo said, but if he doesn't send these outside path cultivators, he has no one to use at all? Do you want to send those people who were trained in the Royal Soldier Mountain? Black shook his head. It's too late. In just a few months, they haven't formed a climate yet. Even with the help of medicinal pills, it's not enough. If you really want them to fight, it would make sense to wait at least 2 months. Wang Lu shouldn't issue the challenge so early. Xian Mo said, but if he waits for another 2 months, the 5 consecutive victories he painstakingly created will become worthless. Well, Wang Lu really has no way to continue his winning streak. The huge gap in strength between our two sides is not so easy to bridge. Biechen, what do you think? Lu Biechen, who was also known as Swan Xian, said, someone on the other side has deceived heaven's will. I can't predict it for you, but if I calculate it from the ground, we have an 80% chance of winning this battle. I can't see any traps. The black-clad Dixian closed his eyes in contemplation and then said softly, if the heaven wants to ask the heaven, then the earth wants to ask the 9 regions. It stands to reason that we, who are named Dixian, are the beloved children of 9 regions, so the result of the earth's calculation should not be wrong. However, being spoiled and arrogant has always been the road to defeat, not to mention that the 9 regions spoiled child is not just us. If I remember correctly, since 50 years ago, peerless geniuses have emerged endlessly in the 9 regions. Lu Biechen said, I have also calculated this point, so I used the human divination technique to calculate it again. What was the result? We will win, Lu Biechen said firmly. We will definitely win. At the same time, in the Immortal 4 area, above the white clouds, a towering palace overlooked all living beings. In the main hall, 2 cultivators sat on both sides of a slightly unique chessboard, concentrating on the changes on the chessboard and talking softly from time to time. Fellow Daoist Tian Luan, can you see the significance of Wang Lu's chess move? Fellow Daoist He too, you must be joking. No one has ever seen through Wang Lu's chess move. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who have fallen into his hands over the years. With that, Supreme Tian Luan moved the chess piece on the chessboard, which made Hichu Daoran slightly frown. If even you can't see through it, then Wang Lu's chess move is really intriguing. After a moment of silence, he too asked again, can't you see through him even in the mortal world? Supreme Tian Luan shook his head and said, the mortal world is the calculation of all living beings. Cultivators go to the mortal world to get closer to the immortal path, let alone Wang Lu, the chosen one. Just like your sect's Qianghua, 10,000 art sect's Zhan Zai. These people are no longer in the mortal world. Hichu Daoran moved the chess piece again and said, both the sky and the earth are mortal worlds. Before ascending, no one can really jump out of this cage. If fellow Daoist Tian Luan's calculation of the mortal world hasn't reached the great accomplishment realm, then your words just now would be somewhat convincing, but now it sounds a bit evasive. When Supreme Tian Luan heard this, he smiled and also reached out to the chessboard and said, sure enough, I can't hide it from fellow Daoist He Tuesday. After reaching the great accomplishment realm, I can indeed even calculate cultivators. Not to mention juniors like Qianghua and Zai, I can even calculate the fate of supreme cultivators. Although it's hazy, I can still see the leopard through it. It's just that I have to ask fellow Daoist to keep this a secret for me, otherwise, I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary misunderstanding. In addition, from the beginning to the end, I still can't see through Wang Lu. It's as if he doesn't belong to this world from the beginning. Hichu Daoran was silent for a long time and said, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Oh. Fellow Daoist He too has a lot of trust in Wang Lu. Even the people of Lingjian school believe in him, so why should I question him out of thin air? Since he doesn't belong to this world, he doesn't need to be limited by this world. It's just that this time, Wang Lu's move seems to be too dangerous. Supreme Tian Luan said, wealth comes from danger. Wang Lu has always believed in this. What's more, this time, he has bet his own chips on the gambling table, so we have no reason to stop him. With that, Supreme Tian Luan moved the chess piece again. However, Hichu Daoran had obviously fallen into an extremely disadvantageous situation. His 2 long eyebrows were almost twisted together. It's because he has bet his own chips that I'm a bit hesitant. If he's worried that he won't be trusted, so he arranged such a lineup, then it's really unnecessary. This is a major event related to the whole of 9 regions. No one has a reason to be alone. If he needs the support of other sects, we should spare no effort. There's no need to let Lingjian school take such a big risk. Supreme Tian Luan said with a smile, fellow Daoist worries too much. Right now, even the mortals in the City of Immortals know that Wang Lu is the godson of Supreme He too, so he can do whatever he wants. Speaking to this, Hichu Daoran could not help but laugh and said, it seems that Wang Lu has his own considerations. In that case, I won't meddle anymore and just wait and see. Supreme Tian Luan also nodded and said, although my worldly calculation can't calculate the future of Wang Lu, if I try to calculate the people around him, we will definitely win. With that, Supreme Tian Luan threw the die in his hand, and a 6-point appeared on the chessboard. Supreme Tian Luan chuckled and moved the chess piece in his hand forward by 6 squares. Fellow Daoist, it seems that I have won this game. My 4 flying messengers have returned to the spring. Hichu Daoran shook his head helplessly and said, fellow Daoist Tian Luan is really good at flying chess. One day later, the list of players in the Wuxia League was officially announced. As the most watched game since the start of the grand competition, this King Pill level game was also particularly solemn. This Jindan stage duel was also particularly solemn. The schedule was announced 3 days in advance, and the list of contestants was announced 2 days in advance. This was a treatment that had never been enjoyed in the previous hundreds of matches. However, at this time, after seeing the list of players set by the Wuxia League, many people in the City of Immortals were shocked. Is Wang Lu crazy? After 5 consecutive wins, did he start to underestimate the enemy? He doesn't put his opponent in his eyes at all. Putting out such a lineup. Does he want to make his Lingjian school famous? Be careful not to burn yourself by playing with fire. Even many of Wang Lu's die-hard fans, after seeing the list, could not help but question Wang Lu's decision. Because the content of the list was indeed unexpected. Wang Wu, Lu Li, Quan Zouhua, Zhu Shiyao, Wang Lu. This was the entire content of the list. All of them were from Lingjian school. The master and disciple of non-phase on the list were expected. Wang Wu had won against Mirage Boy 2 months ago and won an unquestionable victory, so there was no need to compete this time. Wang Lu, on the other hand, had always played the role of a third party or a bystander in the previous 5 consecutive wins. This time, he finally played in person, which was expected. But what about the remaining 3 people? Zhu Shiyao and Lu Li had a good reputation in 9 regions, and this time, they were listed as Special King Pill. However, in the end, they were still immature. In terms of pure strength, they were far from the best choice in King Pill realm, whether it was Qiong Hua who held the Kill Immortal Sword or the veteran King Pill powerhouses from some high-rank sects, they were more suitable than them for this kind of challenge beyond the limit. Moreover, even if they really had amazing qualifications and could break out far beyond their normal fighting power, they should at least wait until they finished their training in Royal Soldier Sect. It was too early for them to go on stage now. As for Quan Zouhua, it was more like a joke. Even the dog was sent on stage. Was this insulting the opponent or insulting themselves? If this list was a joke, it must be the worst joke since the grand competition began. However, when people realized that Wang Lu really set this list as the final result, they would rather it was just a joke. The casinos opened in various areas such as A and B were also greatly shaken on this day. The odds of Wang Lu winning in the King Pill battle had risen sharply. It could be seen that many brain-dead fans were very rational about their own wallets in addition to fanaticism. Unlike the inexplicable surprise of the Wuxia League side, the Dixian side was surprisingly dignified. Xian Mo once again organized a meeting and gathered many of his companions to discuss countermeasures. Because this move of Wang Lu even exceeded the calculation of Swan Xian and Lu Biechen. He did not send 7th Madam, Jiu of Song, these outside path cultivators, nor did he send some of the veteran King Pill. Even if only from the younger generation of King Pill, only Wang Lu and Zhu Shiyao met the requirements. Lu Li and Quan Zouhua were obviously not qualified. Whether it was Qiong Hua or Xiang Liang, they were stronger than them. What does Wang Lu want to do? This was the primary question in front of people. If it were other people, the Earth Immortals didn't need to pay attention to them. They just needed to crush them with absolute strength. However, in front of Wang Lu, they had suffered too many losses, so no one dared to be careless in the pre-match preparation. I think he's deliberately mystifying things. Du Xiaoxiao said, it's a psychological attack, doing the opposite, making us waste our extra energy. That's probably it. Xian Mo said, it doesn't make sense. Even if we waste some energy for no reason, would we lose the game because of this? That would be underestimating the psychological quality of us, the Dixian side who have experienced the Great Era. Fairy Luo Shui speculated, or do they have some secret weapon? Immortal treasure? Immortal pill? Or immortal level method? We only have more of these things in our hands. Thus, all the Dixian side fell into silence. Only Xuan Xian and Lu Biechen were still calculating from time to time. However, the results of several calculations were not the same. It was either victory or defeat, all uncertain, making the calculation completely meaningless. Enough, there's no need to worry about it. At the critical moment, the black-clad Dixian side came forward and said, "Don't worry about what means Wang Lu has, after all, we are the stronger side. In addition, since they have announced the list first, let's also be open and honest." The black-clad man said and then stretched out his hand to point at the group of Dixian side. Little Poison Immortal, Shuero II, Ravenous Wolf, and Bai Zhe, the four of you come on stage. Chapter 672. Less than an hour after the Wanxian League announced the list, Dixian also announced its own list. This was undoubtedly a novelty for the ancient Earth immortals who had always disdained to keep pace with the union of 10,000 immortals. It also proved that after Wang Lu's 5 consecutive victories, he had received enough attention from the other party. However, the more attention Dixian paid, the slimmer the hope for the Wanxian League to win. Little Poison Immortal, Shuero II, Ravenous Wolf. They are serious. After Dixian announced the list through the signboard that was used to broadcast the competition in each area, the laments of cultivators could be heard everywhere in the City of Immortals. Any one of the 4 people on the list had a thunderous reputation. In the previous 2 months of competition, they had already made outstanding contributions. Outstanding achievements built on the corpses of a large number of 9 regions' cultivators. Because of the words of the black-clad Dixian, the scene in the first 2 months of the grand competition was very cruel. Dixian showed no mercy and repeatedly brutally killed the cultivators of the Wanxian League in the battle. Although killing was not allowed in the grand competition, many of the killings were deliberate. For example, when Little Poison Immortal fought against Senior Red Blood Poison, Senior Red Blood Poison already had the idea of surrendering after his original blood poison was declared invalid. However, before he could open his mouth, his throat was melted by Little Poison Immortal's immortal transformation powder. Until the blood in his chest was completely gushed out, he still could not say the word surrender. This was obviously a deliberate torture. Senior Red Blood Poison died miserably. At that time, Supreme Ting Feng, the master of heavenly book building, also began to question Wang Lu's decision. Dixian's move was to suppress the morale and fighting spirit of the Wanxian League and plant the seed of fear in their hearts. In fact, this tactic was successful for a time. Many cultivators of the Wanxian League did not even dare to look directly at their opponent's eyes when they walked into the arena, and could only display 50 to 60% of their ability. It was not until Wang Lu stepped up and reinvigorated the morale of the Wanxian League with a 5-game winning streak. However, when people saw the names of Little Poison Immortal, Shuero II, Ravenous Wolf, and Bai Zhe, they still felt a chill. These people were probably the most ruthless and bloodthirsty in the Dixian, especially the previous 3. Before Little Poison Immortal joined the Dixian organization, he was an out-and-out devil. In order to study poison, he did not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of thousands of people. In today's 9 regions, the 10,000 Spirit Blood Pearl, which was regarded as the most valuable evil treasure of the demons, was a demonic treasure refined from the souls of tens of thousands of innocent creatures. Little Poison Immortal had at least 100 of them. Shuero II, on the other hand, was basically a lunatic. Although he had the cultivation of a Dixian, he ate raw meat and drank blood, like a savage. He loved human flesh the most in his life. The higher the cultivation, the more he liked the flesh. In this grand competition, he once defeated a Yuanying stage cultivator, and then in front of tens of thousands of people in the audience, he directly swallowed the opponent's soul, pulled out the tendons and skinned the opponent's body. That match almost caused a riot. The relatives and friends of the deceased were ready to rush into the arena to avenge him, despite the obstruction of the golden armored warrior. Fortunately, they were eventually stopped by the golden armored warrior. Although they could not avoid the torture of the small dark room, they finally escaped with their lives. In that fight, Shuero II and his flesh apron, which was sewn from the scalps of dozens of Yuanying stage cultivators, became famous. At the same time, he also said that he would take advantage of this grand competition to sew a new apron. As for Ravenous Wolf, he was a bit cleaner than the first two. He never killed or tortured his opponents. However, in the 3 matches he had fought so far, none of his opponents survived. Even in a relatively low confrontation match, he could still cause this and that kind of accident and reasonably kill his opponents. If Little Poison Immortal and Shuero II were the demons from hell, then Ravenous Wolf was like a ghost hiding in the shadow, low-key, but equally deadly. According to the match list, these 3 people would be dealt with by Lu Li, Zhu Shiyao, and Quan Zouhua. As long as they thought that the 3 young girls in their prime were likely to fall in the hands of a few homicidal maniacs, the chill in people's heart became even more unbearable. Some enthusiastic cultivators even wanted to take the initiative to find Wang Lu and let him think twice before acting, so as not to cause irreparable losses because of a moment of impulse. However, these people's efforts were, of course, in vain. Once Wang Lu made a decision, how could he easily go back on it? In the midst of the audience's worries, the day of the match finally came. On this day, the central arena, which could accommodate millions of people in Immortal 1 area, was full of seats. Cultivators from all over 9 regions gathered here to pay attention to this fateful match. Although the whole grand competition had only been carried out for less than 1/3, everyone knew that whether the Wanxian League would reverse the decline and soar to the sky, or fall back into the abyss and completely lose the whole grand competition, all depended on this move. On the rostrum, more than 100 Dixian members, as well as more than 100 Wanxian League elders, had taken their seats. The Dixian side was silent, but the Wanxian League side was in a heated discussion. The discussion about the current situation, the opponent, Wang Lu, and Supreme He Tu. Regarding this, He Tu himself completely turned a deaf ear, closed his eyes, and did not answer. In this match, he gave Wang Lu a surprising trust, completely letting him do whatever he wanted. Even if Wang Lu gave him a list that was puzzling, He Tu still did not change his original intention. He spared no effort to support Wang Lu. However, He Tu himself refused to cooperate, so people's focus naturally turned to Lingjian School, which was also the protagonist of today's competition. Feng Yin Daoist Master, does your lead disciple really have a chance to win, or does he want to bluff? Isn't this list of names a bit too big? Not only are they all people from your Spirit Sword sect, but they are all junior disciples. What do you mean by that? If I remember correctly, during that catastrophe, there were some surviving cultivators in your sect. Each and every one of them is very powerful. Don't hide them, call them out to fight. The outspoken red-robed patriarch always spoke his mind. He even subconsciously said some news that Lingjian School did not want to make public. However, after hearing this, it was inconvenient for Feng Yin to close his eyes and not answer like he Tuesday. Red-robed patriarch had no friendship with Xingjing sect, but his friendship with Lingjian School was very deep. There was no need to alienate and offend such an ally for no reason. Wang Lu naturally won't fight a battle that he's not sure of, so please rest assured, fellow Daoist Red Robe. Red-robed patriarch felt a bit relieved after getting the assurance from Feng Yin Daoist Master. However, after thinking for a moment, he was still not at ease. Even if your family's Lu Li and Zhu Shiyao are talented, isn't their cultivation time too short? Do you think I don't know about the training program of Royal Soldier Sect? At that time, Kuchin found more than a dozen people to help Royal Soldier Sect perfect that training program, and I was one of them. Even if little Wang Lu has the ability to improve that program, the efficiency improvement is limited. At least at this time, they absolutely can't beat Little Poison Immortal and Shuero too. Feng Yin helplessly shook his head. Fellow Daoist Red Robe, even if Lu Li and Zhu Shiyao can't win, it doesn't mean that we will lose this match. Red-robed Patriarch was stunned. Don't tell me you're pinning your hope on that dog. Unfortunately, as soon as his voice fell, the clear bell that signaled the start of the match rang in the central arena. In an instant, the attention of millions of people focused on it. Even the curious and outspoken red-robed Patriarch put down his doubts and waited for the change in the arena. First, the contestants entered the arena. The moment the bell rang, Dixian's team appeared in the center of the arena. Little Poison Immortal, who was as thin as a child, Shuero too, who was burly and covered in blood, Ravenous Wolf, whose body was like a phantom, half real and half illusory, and Bai Zhe, who was surrounded by 12 golden seals. When the four of them appeared, they had already suppressed their strength to King Pill stage. Their primordial spirit and body were all limited to 1/10,000th of their original body. However, even so, millions of spectators still felt a faint suffocating oppression. This kind of oppression did not come from their tyrannical strength, but from the cruel killing intent that was refined in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The massive slaughter made them the natural enemy of cultivators, so that people could feel the natural fear of the lower level of the food chain toward the higher level. Do we really want to fight with such an opponent? An old cultivator's body suddenly trembled. This kind of slaughtering demon is not something we can compete with at all. Unless great ancestor Desheng is resurrected, they are invincible in this world. Slaughtering demon, what are you talking about? The old cultivator said in a nearly collapsed tone, you haven't experienced the great war of immortals and demons, so you can't understand the horror of these demons. We are all wrong. We thought they were human beings, but they are actually demons. Demons? As soon as this remark came out, it immediately caused an uproar. Although this old cultivator's realm was not high, only at the level of Yuanying, he had a long lifespan. He had experienced the last great war of immortals and demons and survived. What he had seen and heard alone was a valuable asset, far more valuable than his 4 elements Yuanying. Although he was old and sometimes his mind was not very clear, his judgment about the demon race had never been wrong. Therefore, when he said the slaughtering demon and locked the identity of the demon race, the shock in people's hearts was self-evident. Feng Yin Daoist Master. Is this scene also within Wang Lu's expectation? The red-robed elder was tongue-tied. There were demons in the Dixian, which he, as an elder of the Heavenly Sage Hall, naturally knew. But he never thought that there would be so many demons. Moreover, even Bai Zhe was a demon. No wonder they were merciless when they made their move before, which even made many people in the Wanxian League doubt whether the Dixian really had the sincerity to cooperate against the fallen immortals. Now, the answer was self-evident. The blood feud between the human race and the demon race was not inferior to that of the fallen immortals. However, at this time, a leisurely laughter rang in the ears of the red-robed elder. Don't worry, elder, all of this is naturally within my expectation. Hearing this voice, the elder's mouth opened wider. Wang Lu, why are you here? Because the view here is the best. Chapter 673. When Wang Lu appeared in the audience seat of the central fighting arena of Immortal One area, the focus of the astonished eyes almost pierced him with 1,000 holes. The elders of Heavenly Sage Hall, the young cultivators who came with their elders to watch the fight, and even Dixian, who was sitting next to him, turned their eyes and stared at Wang Lu in disbelief. Wang Lu himself was also surprised. You guys look like you've just seen your wife being stolen, which makes me very embarrassed. Thus, people cast their eyes back to the arena. Facing the 4 slaughtering demons were 3 delicate and juicy girls, Lu Li, Zhu Shiyao, and Quan Zouhua. Just when everyone was stunned, they had already entered the fighting arena and were calm and composed under the pressure of Dixian. However, the more they saw this scene, the more confused they were. The red-robed patriarch couldn't help but shout, "Wang Lu, you're a contestant in this match, so you shouldn't be in the auditorium now, right?" Wang Lu laughed and said, "But I don't need to play in this match." "You don't need to play? Aren't you the main force?" Wang Lu explained, "The one-on-one match is best of 5. 2 months ago, my master won the first match, so there are still 4 matches left to be played. As long as we can win half of them, it would be the victory. My side's order of appearance is Little Lu Li, Zhu Shiyao, Quan Zhouhua, and finally me. As long as 2 of them can win, I don't need to play." This logic should be very simple. The red-robed patriarch almost vomited blood because of Wang Lu's words. You also know that the premise is that they can win. What if they lose? Their probability of winning is more than 90%, so there's nothing to worry about. Upon hearing this, the red-robed patriarch's jaw almost dropped. More than 90%? Are you kidding me? Wang Lu shrugged and said, "I'm just telling the truth." When the several Dixian disciples heard this, their eyes suddenly became fierce. More than 90% chance of winning? If it were someone else, they would just laugh it off. Any normal person would think that in this match, only the ancient Earth Immortals would have an absolute advantage and a 90% chance of winning. However, now that the person who said this was Wang Lu, people couldn't help but pay attention to it. Because no matter how many negative comments there were about Wang Lu, it was hard for people to deny the fact that as long as he opened his mouth, there were very few things that he could not fulfill. Could it be that after a few months of training, the girls of Lingjian school really had the strength to overwhelm Dixian? From a purely theoretical point of view, it was not impossible. Xuan Xian Lubiechan once did some calculations. If the Wanxian League spent all its resources on a few people, it was indeed possible to create a few insane king pill and nascent soul cultivators in a short time. In the Dixian camp, only Black and a few others could compete with him. Other people such as Xian Mo and Bai Zhe were not his opponents. However, that was only in theory. In practice, the side effects that they needed to bear were too serious. First, a lot of resource consumption. No matter how rich the Wanxian League was in resources, the resources that could create the abnormal king pill were always limited. Second, excessive enthusiasm would ruin the future of a cultivator, making it difficult for them to break through the stage in the future. And with the talent of Lu Li, Zhu Shiyao, and the others, if they destroyed their future just for a match, it would be too much of a loss. Taking these factors into account, when Lu Biechan proposed that the Wanxian League might create the abnormal king pill and nascent soul cultivators to fight for the tournament points, the Dixian disciples didn't think too much about it. That was really not in line with Wang Lu's style. However, now it seemed that perhaps he was doing the opposite. Or perhaps, Wang Lu was just bluffing, trying to disrupt the opponent's position. It was true that very few of Wang Lu's words could not be fulfilled, but that was on the premise that he was serious about it. If it was just used to confuse others, his words naturally didn't need to be taken seriously, and even needed to be understood in reverse. Perhaps Wang Lu didn't intend to let Lu Li and the others win, and his winning magic weapon was in other places? Thinking of this, the mood of the Earth Immortals became even more complicated and heavy. Because they suddenly found out that Wang Lu, with just one sentence, had almost disrupted their position. The dozens of Earth Immortals present had different ideas, so naturally, their next strategy was also different. Some were cautious and suggested that it would be better to postpone the match, while some were radical and suggested that Little Poison Immortal and the others should go all out to attack as soon as the match started, so that Wang Lu's 90% chance of winning would go to hell. Soon, the quarrel caused by the disagreement gradually became fierce. All of this was just because of Wang Lu's unexpected statement. If someone said before this that a Golden Core Realm cultivator was able to have such a huge impact on the ancient earthly immortals, it would undoubtedly be a joke. But now, there were probably not many people that could laugh. Wang Lu's magnificent 5-game winning streak had, after all, a great impact on the morale of the Dixian disciples. However, in the audience stand, when the Dixian camp began to fall into chaos, the stabilizing pillar of the camp appeared in time. If you really have such a powerful force, then let us see it. As soon as the black-clad Dixian disciple opened his mouth, he immediately stopped the dispute in the field. Yes, the match hasn't even started yet, but the camp was already in a mess. This was too unseemly. Whether Wang Lu really had a chance of winning or was just bluffing, at least they had to fight a match first. This was not a match to determine the winner. In a best-of-5 situation, the Dixian disciples still had room to mediate. There was no need to be anxious and fall into Wang Lu's rhythm. Black said coldly, "If there are no other questions, let's start the match." Wang Lu smiled. "Okay, but in this match, you actually only sent out these 4 small fries, but you won't fight in person? I don't need to fight in a match of this level. It's a pity. I'm actually looking forward to fighting you. How about this, if you're willing to fight, I'll change the order of appearance and fight you in advance. What do you think?" Wang Lu's words caused another burst of astonishment. This black-clad Dixian disciple, who claimed to be a sinner, had a high status in the Dixian camp. His strength was also self-evident. But Wang Lu actually said that he wanted to fight him one-on-one. Where did this courage come from? If it were his master, that abnormal number 1 king pill in 9 regions, he might have the capital to contend against him, but what about him? In the face of everyone's doubts, Wang Lu maintained a calm smile. His eyes were slightly provocative as he waited for the other side's response. On the other hand, for this kind of self-destructive challenge, Black was silent, which made people wonder how he would react. "Black, kill him," a Dixian disciple couldn't help but suggest. In his opinion, since Wang Lu had said so, it was better to fight him as he said. If he could be killed on the spot in the arena, this grand competition would instantly lose its suspense and reduce a lot of trouble. However, Black did not respond. He just coldly said, "No need to talk nonsense, let the match begin." The next moment, the space in the arena slightly folded and twisted. The people who confronted each other disappeared one by one and were expelled to the edge of the arena to watch the show. Only Luli and a skinny, stooped, dwarf-like figure were left. This was the first match between the two sides. Seeing that the match finally began, the audience quieted down in an instant. All the disputes were put aside. Countless pairs of anxious eyes watched the arena, not letting go of any slight change. "Senior, please advise me." On the arena, Luli openly displayed her sword stance, but the tip of the skybreaker in her hand was pointed down, performing a junior salute. Why is there a need to be so polite to the slaughtering devil? Isn't this Luli a bit too pedantic? In the audience, the red-robed patriarch could not help but mutter. "Ha, patriarch misunderstood. Little Luli is not pedantic." Wang Lu shook his head. "She just doesn't know what to do in the face of the slaughtering devil. Because I didn't teach her how to speak ill of the opponent, she had to obediently perform the junior salute. This is clearly worse than pedantic." Patriarch misunderstood again. "Right now, for little Luli, this is just right." As soon as his voice fell, the immortal sword in Luli's hand didn't move, but a purple-green sword chi cut through the sky and fell from the sky like a lightning tribulation. In a twinkling of an eye, the tiny figure of Little Poison Immortal was engulfed in the surging lightning. Everyone inside and outside the arena was shocked. The momentum of this sword strike was magnificent, and its destructive power directly broke through the limit of King Pill level. It was indeed worthy to be the full power strike of Brilliant Sword Heart. The key was that the change in movement was so fast that it was unexpected. That respectful junior salute just now was like a disguise. Lu Li, who had always been known for being simple and honest, actually used such a despicable trick, which really surprised many people present. Red-robed Patriarch's eyes widened. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he heard Wang Lu said in advance, "Patriarch, you misunderstood again." Lu Li didn't mean to launch a sneak attack, but she didn't know the normal follow-up steps. However, this kind of unintentional sneak attack has a very high success rate. Therefore, I haven't helped her correct this problem. I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate to meet a senior brother like you. While they were talking, they were also observing the situation in the arena. Lu Li's lightning sword had swallowed Little Poison Immortal, but no one thought that the match was over. How could the dignified Dixian, who slaughtered the demons, die so easily? Sure enough, after the lightning dissipated, there was a dark green egg in a deep pit. Its surface was covered with fascia and mucus, and it expanded and contracted rhythmically, swallowing and spitting out electric arcs. The next moment, the green egg suddenly cracked, and a person came out of it. His figure was as small as a child. It was Little Poison Immortal. Compared with the beginning, Little Poison Immortal had not changed at all. Even his black and green embroidered robe was spotless. Lu Li's full power strike was enough to move a Yuanying stage expert, but it had no effect in front of Little Poison Immortal. Lu Li was not discouraged by this. She just raised the immortal sword in her hand and began to prepare for the next attack. At the same time, Little Poison Immortal stretched out his withered hand and pointed at Lu Li. "I'm going to make a poisoned sack out of you." Chapter 674. In the Dixian camp, Little Poison Immortal was quite a maverick. His appearance was unprepossessing. He was about 4 feet tall and looked like a child, but his skin was wrinkled and withered, full of tumors and cysts. He was so ugly that he didn't look like a human. Of course, now it seemed that he really wasn't a human. In addition, he was cruel and merciless, killing people like flies. In order to research poisons, the number of people he had slaughtered was innumerable. The number of people he had killed was even more than that of Shuero II and Ravenous Wolf combined. His evil aura made it difficult for the Dixian people to approach him. No one liked such a companion, and Little Poison Immortal disdained to be liked by others. He joined the Dixian camp not to fight against the fallen immortals, but because the former leader made a heavy promise to keep him. Little Poison Immortal had devoted his whole life to the art of poison, without any distractions, without any hesitation. His childlike body and fragile body were not born with it. Instead, it was a result of the tragic failures he had endured in the many experiments with poisons, resulting in an irreversible loss. After countless experiments, even though his mastery of poison had reached perfection, his lifespan was finally exhausted. Thus, he simply changed his own race and used hundreds of millions of creatures as sacrifices to transform himself into a slaughtering devil. From then on, he used the essence of flesh and blood to prolong his lifespan. At this point, even the most vicious demon in 9 regions could hardly catch up to him. How could such an opponent be defeated by a mere heavenly thunder punishment sword? The egg-shaped shell was his biological weapon to make up for the shortcomings of his physical body. While the surface of the outer shell was tough, it was also coated with a large amount of toxic substances. This poison was the original poison of Little Poison Immortal, which could corrupt everything in the world. In addition to flesh and blood, it could even corrode invisible energy. 80% of the power of Lu Li's Heavenly Thunder Punishment Sword was dissolved by the toxin, while the remaining 20% was not enough to break through the egg-shaped shell. After that sword strike, Little Poison Immortal was unscathed. On the contrary, he was highly excited. In his view, this fight was meaningless. However, after seeing Lu Li, he felt that his long dried-up heart was faintly throbbing. Clear as water, sharp as a blade. The immortal sword in the girl's hand had drunk its fill of blood, but she was not tainted by even a speck of dust. He had never seen such a physique in his long life. This was an unprecedented material of the highest quality. I'm going to turn you into a poison sac. With that, little poison immortal directly made his move. He stretched out his withered finger and pointed at Lu Li. The next moment, the girl's slim and graceful figure turned into pus. Little poison immortal's attack seemed to be faster than the flying sword. However, after this finger strike, he didn't have the joy of succeeding, because what was turned into pus was not what he wanted, but the stone substitute left by his opponent. The person he had locked onto had disappeared without a trace. According to the data, the biggest feature of Lu Li's brilliant sword heart was her super-strong explosive force, which allowed her to easily send out sword chi that was above her level. However, it was never mentioned that she was also good at speed and variation. Little poison immortal's poison technique could instantly kill an ordinary Peking pill expert, but if the opponent's reaction was extremely fast, there was still a possibility to avoid it. Little poison immortal was not surprised by this. In his long life, he had seen too many strong people. He had also killed more than 1 or 2 sword cultivators with similar physique to Lu Li. In the era of Little Poison Immortal, it was the glorious period of the immortal cultivation world. There were countless supreme-level powerhouses in 9 regions, and those who had broken through and ascended could also be seen from time to time. And the sword cultivators who were regarded as prey by Little Poison Immortal were all strong, far better than the current Lu Li. In addition to their powerful attack power, those sword cultivators' speed, reaction, and flexibility were all first class. It was difficult for a monotonous attack to hit them. Even the soul curse would be blocked by the spell of the substitute, which was very tricky to deal with. However, the current Lu Li had just stepped into the realm of those mature sword cultivators. She no longer blindly pursued attack power, but instead brought out her own specialty to the extreme, and could handle any environment with ease. Unfortunately, this was just the beginning stage. You can't run away. Little Poison Immortal said and then pointed his withered finger at the sky. The blue sky on the arena suddenly turned green, and then, a drizzle fell. This drizzle was highly poisonous. After it fell to the ground, the vegetation withered and the ground cracked. In a moment, the area with a radius of dozens of miles became a dead zone. And in this curtain of rain, there was a particularly eye-catching arc. It was the sword defense supported by Lu Li's Skybreaker. Dozens of miles in radius. This was the limit space set in the arena for the first fight. Little Poison Immortal's finger polluted the sky and then fell a poisonous rain. Although Lu Li had absorbed a lot of actual combat experience during the special training in Royal Soldier Sect and had enriched her fighting means a lot, she was still far from being compared with the opponent. In just one move, she was forced into a dead end. I will refine your body into a poison sac, which will be my next immortal treasure. And your primordial spirit will be stripped out by me as my poison concubine, to accompany me for a long time. With that, Little Poison Immortal stretched out his finger to the sky. Thus, the drizzle became heavier, like a heavenly river pouring down in torrential rain. The highly poisonous rainstorm washed the earth, and the ground melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. The brown ground turned into a dark green swamp. The originally set high mountains in the arena continued to decline and were soon completely swallowed by the swamp. In this green swamp, which symbolized death, there was gradually a bit more vitality, and a new life composed of venom was being born. However, Little Poison Immortal himself gradually disappeared in the poisonous rain and became one with the world. Original magical ability. Is this his original magical ability? In the audience stand, several Supremes of the Wanxian League suddenly got up and looked at the astonishing means of Little Poison Immortal in the arena in disbelief. It was not unusual for a king pill stage cultivator to promote his original magical ability. In the past, Wang Lu could do it even more exaggerated. However, such a powerful original magical ability was really unheard of. In the king pill stage, he could destroy the entire world within a radius of dozens of miles and replace it with his own world. If he recovered to his peak state, the entire 9 regions might. No, it's not that exaggerated. There's no need to overestimate his poison. In the audience stand, Wang Lu looked at it leisurely and explained, he's just opportunistically bringing the immortal level poison into the king pill stage battlefield. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. That's easy for you to say. At this time, the red-robed patriarch really didn't even have the strength to be angry. If it was that easy to bring a prop that did not belong to this stage into the battlefield, Lu Li wouldn't only have the Skybreaker at this time. Instead, she should have dozens of immortal treasures all over her body, which could destroy the world with the god extermination thunder. In fact, it was simply impossible. The burden of equipping immortal treasures on the cultivator was extremely heavy. Unless it could be perfectly refined and highly compatible with the cultivator, it could be used freely in the lower stage. Otherwise, forcibly equipping too many high-level magical treasures would only drain the cultivator in an instant, which was akin to suicide. At this time, the strength of Little Poison Immortal was suppressed to the King Pill stage, but he could use the immortal level poison. This could only show that his understanding of poison had reached an incredible level. However, now it was too late to think about it. The first question was, in the face of such a tyrannical opponent, what should Lu Li do? The strong and the weak were clear at a glance. Lu Li was able to use the Heavenly Thunder Punishment Sword in an instant, so the evaluation of the special grade King Pill was well deserved. However, in this level of competition, a mere special grade King Pill was still far from it. In the heavy rain, Lu Li's sword defense had already drifted away. Between heaven and earth, any drop of poisonous water could take her life in an instant. Therefore, she could not let any drop of rain fall on her side. This poisonous water could corrode everything. Lu Li's sword chi quickly disappeared as soon as it left her body, completely unstoppable. Fortunately, the Skybreaker was an immortal sword, so it would not be poisoned. And with Lu Li's King Pill stage cultivation base, it was not difficult for her to wield an impenetrable sword defense. The difficult thing was, in addition to the poisonous rain, after the whole world was poisoned, even the air was contaminated with poison. Lu Li could not escape from it no matter how many changes she made. Seeing that her colorful dress was gradually stained with rust, the immortal sword in her hand began to tremble slightly, and her grasp became unstable. After all, she was not good at defense. Once all her means were restrained, it would be difficult for her to continue. Enough, Wang Lu, let her come back. There's no point in holding on any longer, let her come back. In the audience, many people have begun to persuade Wang Lu to surrender, but Wang Lu still sat indifferently. Don't worry, if she comes back now, won't she lose? It's better than dying. Wang Lu waved his hand. She won't die, rest assured. How could you rest assured? Even if you have a card in your hand, do you really dare to say that it will be effective against Dixian? In case there's an accident. Don't you always like Lu Li the most? How could you have the heart to let her take such a risk? Wang Lu lightly responded, yes, I have the heart to do it, why are you still so noisy? Don't quarrel, Lu Li is ready to make her move. Victory or defeat will be decided by this move, watch carefully. Upon hearing this, the crowd pressed down the uneasiness in their hearts and turned to look at the field. The heavy rain became even more miserable. In the poisonous swamp on the ground, the more than 300 meters long poisonous dragons began to overturn the river and the sea. The strength of these poisonous dragons alone was no less than that of the common King Pill, and this was just the embellishment of this original magical ability. In this situation, how could Luli possibly turn the tables? Her attack power was indeed powerful. If the Heavenly Thunder Punishment Sword continued to strike out, the poison would not be able to be dissolved in time, which could indeed cause trouble for Little Poison Immortal. However, at this time, in the other party's original magical ability, she had become one with the world, so there was no target for her sword to strike. And even if Luli blew up the King Pill, it was impossible to break this side of the world. Unless the immortal sword in her hand was the genuine Skybreaker, which specialized in breaking this kind of world. Unfortunately, the immortal sword in her hand lacked a spirit, so it was difficult to exert its full power. Then, in the anxious and confused eyes of the people, Luli finally made her move. The moment she made her move, people also saw the hope of victory. The immortal sword in Luli's hand bloomed with unprecedented light. However, it was not the magnificent light of the original Skybreaker, but the soft pink light of Rouge Tears. The sword spirit Autumn Beam, beside Luli, held the hilt of the sword with the girl, helping her to awaken the power of the Skybreaker. The immortal sword trembled, as if it was whispering resuscitation from a long sleep. With the resuscitation of the immortal sword, the world of Little Poison Immortal began to show signs of instability. In a trance, the divine sword that broke the firmament 10,000 years ago seemed to be coming back. In this world, only Autumn Beam could do this kind of thing. She was the spirit of the immortal sword, and her master, Wang Lu, was good at using the primal chaos heaven-splitting sword. She had repeatedly urged the sword chi with Rouge Tears, so Autumn Beam was very familiar with it. The only problem was that, after all, she was not the sword spirit of the Skybreaker, and she was not an ownerless object. At this time, she just came to help temporarily. To wake up the immortal sword that had been sleeping for thousands of years, she was still lacking some experience. The immortal sword Skybreaker seemed to be ready to resuscitation at any time. However, it was always one step short and failed to fully reveal its sharpness. Fortunately, there was one person around her who could help her make up for the lack of it. One of the most suitable people to practice swordsmanship in 9 regions, Luli, who could adapt to the tens of thousands of swords in the world and achieve all kinds of incredible magical abilities. The girl moved slightly. She turned her head, grinned, and then, under the nervous gaze of countless people, kissed the plump lips of Autumn Beam. The next moment, the immortal sword Skybreaker was completely resuscitation. It flew out of the girl's hand and went straight to the sky. In an instant, the clouds broke the sky, and the tiny figure of Little Poison Immortal fell like a meteor. Chapter 675. He won. He actually won. Outside the arena, thousands of cheers burst out at the same time. However, just when people were ready to express their inner joy, Wang Lu faintly said, "He won? How come I don't know about it?" In the audience, no one knew how many people wished to cut Wang Lu into pieces. This guy's ability to destroy the atmosphere was too strong. Previously, when Luli fell into a predicament, he was neither fast nor slow, which made people angry. Now that the situation had been reversed in one fell swoop, he poured cold water on people. For the audience to do this, he was more hateful than the enemy. However, no one dared to despise Wang Lu's judgment. Because, not to mention anything else, the awakening of the Skybreaker by Luli was clearly the work of Wang Lu. He could calculate to this point, so how could he not calculate the advantage and disadvantage of this situation? It was just that. After reaching this point, could it be that he still couldn't win? The Skybreaker broke his original magical ability, which was tantamount to a serious injury. Could it be that he still couldn't win against a mere King Pill stage Little Poison Immortal? If he couldn't fight with a serious injury, he wouldn't be able to live until now, let alone join the Dixian camp and fight side by side with a group of human beings as the slaughtering demon. While speaking, the falling Little Poison Immortal suddenly adjusted his position. Although he was seriously injured and thick green blood oozed from every pore of his body, the biting chill in his eyes did not disappear. On the other hand, although Lu Li broke his original magical ability, she also lost the Skybreaker. Her immortal sword flew straight to the sky but didn't return. Moreover, just now, she had consumed 90% of her true yuan. At present it was difficult to suppress the poison that invaded her body. Her situation was even worse than Little Poison Immortals, and she was really unable to fight again. Both sides were seriously injured, but in the way of fighting back, it was obvious that Little Poison Immortal was more powerful. At this time, Wang Lu finally left his seat and stood up. "Are you going to give up? It's really a pity." The development of the situation to this point was beyond the expectation of many people. When Little Poison Immortal released his original magical ability, everyone thought that Lu Li would never have the ability to resist. However, the awe-inspiring might of the sword that broke the firmament was an eye-opener. This fight could be said to be a glorious defeat. In the face of such a powerful opponent, Lu Li had already fully proved her strength by being able to find a glimmer of hope in a desperate situation. Therefore, even if she admitted defeat, it was understandable. However, in the next moment, Wang Lu's order left everyone dumbfounded. "Liu Li, let's go. Charge!" People could not believe their ears. Was this guy still human? Wasn't this clearly telling Lu Li to die? Couldn't he see that Lu Li, at this time, didn't have the power to fight at all? Forcing her to make a move would only lead to her death. It was rumored that he usually doted on Lu Li the most. Could it be that it was all false? However, Lu Li was an obedient person. Under the order of Wang Lu, the girl immediately nodded and then took a deep breath. The king pill in her jade mansion began to crazily rotate and began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. The magical power and true yuan of Taoist Master King Pill could be endless, but there was a limit to the speed of regeneration. If one wanted to restore their strength in a short period of time, they could only absorb the surrounding spiritual energy for their own use. Among them, the higher the grade of spirit root, the higher the efficiency of absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Although Lu Li's heavenly spirit root was slightly inferior to Wang Lu's abnormal void spirit root, it was still one of the best in the world. As soon as the king pill rotated, it immediately turned into a whirlpool, stirring up the surrounding spiritual energy within a radius of several miles. A massive amount of surrounding spiritual energy was absorbed into Lu Li's body and transformed into the usable true yuan of the girl with amazing efficiency. The speed was several times faster than the average peak king pill. In just a few breaths of time, the true yuan in her jade mansion was filled by more than half. The girl lightly spread out her colorful sleeves, from which more than a dozen light flying swords floated out, drawing a rainbow in the air. The speed of the girl's recovery was very fast. However, when the audience saw this, they only felt a chill in their heart. Because it was not difficult for people with vision to see that this was clearly the final radiance of the setting sun. When Lu Li cast out her spare flying sword, her momentum was like a rainbow, but her tender white face was covered with a layer of green shadow. That was the sign of the spread of the poison. Previously, the girl had accumulated a considerable amount of poison in her body. Although she tried her best to suppress it, it was still restless. Later, when she rotated the king pill and used its power to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, the poison in her body also circulated throughout her body and penetrated deep into her bone marrow. In the distance, Little Poison Immortal stabilized his figure in the air. Seeing Lu Li's sword array, he just sneered. "You're dead." The poison penetrated deep into her bone marrow, yet she still recklessly accelerated the rotation of the king pill to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. At this time, perhaps her internal organs had begun to rot, but she didn't know it. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on her. Little Poison Immortal's poison was silent. When the poisoned person found out that the situation was not right, it was already too late. Seeing that Lu Li had brought about her own destruction, Little Poison Immortal's final strike was dispersed. Because there was no need for him to risk his life against a dead person. As long as he could block her final blow, victory would naturally be in his hands. Moreover, judging from Lu Li's poisoned condition, she might not be able to complete the process of accumulating power. After the poison broke out, not only could it melt the flesh and blood, but it could also melt the true yuan. Perhaps in the end, her true yuan would not be able to keep up with the consumption. Thinking to this, Little Poison Immortal's heart was already faintly looking forward to the scene after the victory. As long as he was fast enough, he should have enough time to extract the primordial spirit of Lu Li and refine her into a poison concubine. He was originally worried that the opponent would see that the situation was irreversible and take the initiative to admit defeat. But now it seemed like it was simply delivering itself to his door. However, just as Little Poison Immortal was slightly absent-minded, Lu Li made her move. At this time, it was clear that she had not finished accumulating power. Only about 70% of the true yuan in her jade mansion had been accumulated, and the sword array was not completely set up. However, she decisively made her move. She put down the sword array of more than 10 flying swords and pointed her fingers like a sword. In an instant, her figure turned into a rainbow and, like a sharp sword, swiftly thrust forward. This sword came as fast as lightning and without any warning. Little Poison Immortal didn't expect that Lu Li would rush to attack at this time, thus, he couldn't help but be surprised. Fortunately, his rich combat experience prevented him from being completely caught off guard. With a wave of his slender arm, he summoned out half of the defensive poisonous egg. That poisonous egg could even block the Sky Thunder punishment sword, so he didn't believe that it couldn't block the opponent's incomplete stab. Not to mention before Lu Li made her move, Little Poison Immortal clearly saw that the green color on her face was getting thicker, which meant that the poison might break out at any time. As long as the poisonous egg could block her for a moment, she might not be able to hold on. Then, he held the poisonous egg in front of him like a shield and hid his small and fragile body behind the eggshell, waiting for the victory to come. The next moment, a white sword light flashed in front of him. Little Poison Immortal was slightly startled, and then he was puzzled. Why can I see the sword light? Under the cover of the poisonous egg, I should not be able to see anything. Then he felt a chill on his neck, as if something sharp had pierced into it. I've been pierced. The experience of wandering between life and death made Little Poison Immortal immediately realize that the poisonous eggshell that he regarded as his trump card could not protect him. For a moment of carelessness, the opponent took the opportunity to stab him in his vital part and seriously injured him. Although he didn't understand how the opponent could do it, Little Poison Immortal knew that now was not the time to care about this. His neck was pierced by a sword, and the sharp sword chi had begun to rapidly destroy his body. If he were a human, he would have died without a doubt. But now, he was a slaughtering devil, so he wouldn't die so easily. At this critical moment, Little Poison Immortal put his hand on his chest, put his fingers into his clothes, and touched a sarcoma on his chest. It was a poison sac he had hidden. There were 3 million spirits' blood beads in the sac, which could double the power of the poison. It was also the limit that he could control as a Jindan realm cultivator. Once it was detonated, there would be no one alive in the arena, and the opponent's powerful surprise attack would come to an abrupt end. Of course, he himself would suffer irreparable serious injuries. But all of this was not important. When it was necessary to be decisive, Little Poison Immortal could be more decisive than anyone else. The next moment, he pinched the poison sac, and the poison exploded in an instant. The shock wave instantly swept across the surrounding area, and everything in it disintegrated and ceased to exist. However, a sharp sword light broke through this deathly stillness, like a lightning that cut through the darkness in the night sky. The sword light penetrated the chest of Little Poison Immortal along the broken poison sac and crushed the red core in his chest. That was the vital core for slaughtering the devil. There were two vital parts of the demon race, the head and the core in the chest. One of the two could be regenerated continuously, but at this time, both of them were destroyed by Little Poison Immortal. Therefore, he could only die. As the body of Little Poison Immortal fell from mid-air, the figure of Lu Li appeared. The girl used her body as a sword to pass through the highly toxic domain of Little Poison Immortal. At this time, her whole body was stained with rust, and her exposed hands and head were green in color. But she was still alive. With Little Poison Immortal's poison technique, at this time, Lu Li should have already turned into pus. Not to mention that Little Poison Immortal finally pinched the poison sac to release the highly toxic domain. She should have already died when she forcibly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy despite the poison in her body. But she was still alive until now. Although the girl's face was green, it was difficult to hide her brilliant smile. Why? In the audience stand, the Dixian people stood up and looked at the result in disbelief. They couldn't figure out the reason. However, the winner would not explain it. "Senior brother, I won." With that, Lu Li ran out of the arena and came to the audience stand. With rust all over her body, she hugged Wang Lu. "I won." Wang Lu nodded, patted Lu Li's back, and touched her head. "Go find the seventh elder to detoxify the poison, and then have a good rest." Lu Li let out a hum, twisted her waist, and then skipped away. After Lu Li left, Wang Lu finally sat back down. It was just that, as soon as he sat down, his body couldn't help but sway, his face turned green, and blood oozed out of his 7 orifices. "I've learned the poison of Dixian." Chapter 676. In the blink of an eye, the result had been revealed. However, most people's reaction was still the same as a few rounds ago. Looking at the lively Lu Li, as well as Little Poison Immortal, whose head was separated from his chest, even the audience from the union of 10,000 immortals felt that it was inconceivable. Just like that? The taste of victory was, of course, good, but the inexplicable victory seemed a bit strange. People were willing to cheer for Lu Li's victory, but, at least they should know why, right? Why could Lu Li, who had always been strong in attack but weak in defense, repeatedly withstand the baptism of the poison? Moreover, there were signs of poison all over her body, yet she seemed to be fine. Then, why did Wang Lu, who was watching from the sidelines, look like he was deeply poisoned and had a tragic look on his face? In particular, what was the meaning of the last sentence about receiving advice from Dixian's poison? Then, if these two questions were asked in tandem, the answer seemed to be self-evident. After realizing this, people looked at Wang Lu again, and some of their previous dissatisfaction suddenly disappeared. Although they didn't know how he did it, it was obvious that Wang Lu bore the damage that Lu Li should bear. Thus, the girl with strong in attack but weak in defense could withstand the deadly poison and kill Little Poison Immortal without being affected in the slightest. This was a wonderful move, and the most important thing was that no one could have expected it before. Little Poison Immortal was a seasoned fighter, and the number of cultivators who died in his hands was countless. However, Little Poison Immortal didn't expect that the opponent had this kind of means to transfer the damage. Thus, he was caught off guard and died on the spot. Wang Lu, this kid, really has endless means and is good at creating miracles. No wonder countless people have high hopes for him at such a young age, and he became the core figure of the grand competition. An elder of Heavenly Sage Hall sighed with emotion. Previously, he was not very optimistic about Wang Lu. Because although there were many things about him, he had not seen them with his own eyes. However, he saw this fight from the beginning to the end, and his mood also rose and fell along with the changes of the battle situation. When Little Poison Immortal cast his original magical ability for the first time, he thought that the defeat of this fight was already a foregone conclusion. Later on, when Little Poison Immortal's original magical ability was broken by the Skybreaker, he thought that if Wang Lu still knew what was good for him, he should let Lu Li admit defeat as soon as possible. At least, he still had the upper hand on the battlefield. Who knew that the final result was completely beyond his expectation? Lu Li won, and Little Poison Immortal died. Before the fight, no matter what, he couldn't believe it. Even now, he still couldn't figure out how Wang Lu had done it. Just as he was thinking, someone else said, "That was a beautiful move to replace the damage, but have you ever thought that even though the damage has been replaced, someone still has to bear it? The poison of that Little Poison Immortal, not to mention those in the King Pill stage, even if you and I are in the deity stage, do you think we dare to use our bodies to withstand it?" Thereupon, that elder was once again shocked. Just now, if it were him, although he wouldn't be poisoned to death, his body would suffer some damage. If it were a Taoist master of Yuanying stage, it was likely that his body would disintegrate on the spot. This Wang Lu was only in the King Pill stage, yet he could actually withstand that kind of poison. On this side, the cultivators of the Wanxian League had been completely immersed in this sudden victory. However, in contrast, the Dixian cultivators were furious. 2 against 1, is this how you union of 10,000 immortals fight one-on-one? A woman angrily accused. Beside her, several lamps floated up out of thin air, releasing a disturbing and terrifying aura. In addition, there were 7 or 8 Dixian cultivators who loudly echoed, extremely dissatisfied with the match just now. Wang Lu could use the method of stealing the sky to bear the injury of Lu Li, which was indeed powerful. However, no matter how powerful he was, he still had to follow the rules. It was a one-on-one fight, but he was clearly 2 against 1, superimposing his own strength on Lu Li. This kind of victory was naturally not convincing. In this regard, Wang Lu closed his eyes and said nothing, and then took a deep breath. The green color on his face quickly dissipated, and even the blood that oozed out of his 7 orifices flowed back along the original path. In just a moment, his face returned to its original state. Then he opened his eyes, looked at the people opposite him, and gently tilted his head. "Are you sure you want to argue with me about this?" The woman who took the lead angrily said, "If you don't make it clear today, I think there's no need to continue this grand competition. Every grass and tree in the Tomb of Immortals has nothing to do with your Wanxian League anymore. On the contrary, in the future, we will go out and teach you, the later generations of cultivators, how to control the beautiful rivers and mountains of 9 regions." Upon hearing this, Wang Lu unceremoniously smiled. "Lamp woman, are you out of your mind? Who do you think you are to say such ruthless words to me? When did you make the decision about the Tomb of Immortals?" These words were ruthless and ruthless, like a slap in the face. That lamp woman's face immediately changed, and the 7 ancient lamps around her shone brightly. However, Wang Lu became even worse. "At this time, you're flustered and exasperated, but that's just to cover up your guilty conscience. Because this match has finally exposed your fatal flaw, that is, you, Dixian cultivators, will also die. As long as you die in the arena, you're really dead. Whether you suppress your strength to 1% or 1,000th, once you die, you will vanish into thin air. The peak strength of Little Poison Immortal is more than 10,000 Lu Li, but he was killed by Lu Li's sword in the arena. Although your Dixian cultivators are strong, you only have 100 people. 1 death means 1 less. Therefore, you can't afford to die, you don't dare to die. Therefore, after the start of the match, you frantically tried to kill us, even ignoring the basic cooperative relationship. You just want to kill us so that we won't dare to fight you in the arena, because then you can sleep easy. Therefore, now you're afraid that in every match from now on, the Wanxian League will not hesitate to fight with you, and you can't afford it at all. Then, he turned his head to the elders of the Wanxian League and loudly said, "Do you understand? From now on, we have to go all out in every fight, even risk our lives. As long as we dare to fight, the opponent will not dare to fight. Only when they don't dare to fight anymore, can this meaningless killing stop." With that, facing the astonished Dixian, Wang Lu gently smiled. "That's why I reminded you before. Do you really want to argue with me on this issue?" "Nonsense." Burning Lamp Female Immortal wanted to refute, but her momentum was much weaker than that of Wang Lu. Wang Lu no longer paid attention to her. Instead, he turned his gaze elsewhere and then softly explained. "Back to the fight just now, the principle is actually very simple. Lu Li and I both have a same body insect in our bodies." "Same body insect?" A Dixian frowned. He couldn't remember what it was. He turned to look at his companions, but they also couldn't figure it out. After a while, someone invited Luo Shui Fairy, who was proficient in all kinds of arts. She pondered for a moment and then said, "It's a magical insect that only exists in the Age of Desolation. It appears in pairs, and as long as it is planted in two people, they can share the damage from each other. It's indeed the same as the performance in the fight just now. It's just that, this kind of insect should have been extinct for a long time. Unexpectedly, there are still people who can cultivate it. If I'm not mistaken, it's that Miss Awu, right?" "Awu?" Several Dixian around her could not help but ask. Before this fight, Awu once had a poison fight with Little Poison Immortal and easily won. It was just that later on, Little Poison Immortal said that during that fight, he happened to be testing a new poison, so he was distracted and not in a good state. As for that Awu, her strength was mediocre and not worth paying attention to. However, from the beginning, Luo Shui didn't believe the words of Little Poison Immortal. How could a demon who spent his whole life on poison, who was known as Poison Immortal, accept the fact that his poison was inferior to others? Even if he deceived himself, he would find enough excuses. That Awu was definitely a big enemy of Dixian in the grand competition. She had already told Black about this and got his approval. Miss Awu has mastered the witchcraft of the Age of Desolation, and her attainment is profound. She could defeat Little Poison Immortal without him knowing it. If she could cultivate the same body insect, it would be a matter of course. Wang Lu said with a smile, "Sister Awu is indeed powerful, but there's no need to exaggerate the witchcraft of the Age of Desolation. Although the effect of this same body insect is magical, it also has many restrictions. First of all, the two people must have similar cultivation base, which greatly reduces its practicality. Secondly, the two people must trust each other unconditionally, even if they die in each other's hands, they are willing." Hearing this, Luo Shui was somewhat incredulous. You would trust a person unconditionally? In the information, Lu Li did trust Wang Lu unconditionally, but it was not necessarily the other way around. Although Wang Lu doted on Lu Li, it was in a condescending manner. To say who would this scheming person trust unconditionally, of course. Wang Lu said with a faint smile, "I trust my ability to train very much. Little Lu Li has been trained by me for so many years, so she is just like my own hand and foot. What's so strange about trusting my own hand and foot? In short, whether the same body insect is magical or not has nothing to do with the issue we are discussing. Back to the topic, you fought 2 against 1. Before Luo Shui's words could finish, she was interrupted by Wang Lu. Fairy Luo Shui seems to have misunderstood. Towards Luo Shui, Wang Lu's attitude was much better. In this battle, what played a role was nothing more than the same body insect in Lu Li's body. That insect transferred the damage, so she could fight freely. But it has nothing to do with me. Luo Shui said, without you, where would her damage be transferred to? You played a vital role in it, so of course, you have a share. This idea is wrong. According to Fairy, if there were no parents of Little Poison Immortal, naturally there would be no Little Poison Immortal. Then, in the match just now, Little Poison Immortal brought his parents to fight together? Pfft. On the spot, there were cultivators from the Wuxian League side who laughed out loud. Upon hearing this, Luo Shui frowned. This is sophistry. Whether it's sophistry or not, in fact, it's clear at a glance. From the beginning to the end of the battle, I was in the audience seat, but you insist that I participated in the battle. This is sophistry. If you don't accept it, you can also sit in the audience seat and exert your influence on the field. This arena is created by you. If you can influence the field without anyone knowing, please do it. These words hit the nail on the head. You can't win by reasoning. In any case, I did it, so if you have the ability, you can also do it. Of course, the Dixian side couldn't do it. The magical ability of the Age of Desolation was extremely rare for the Dixian side. Otherwise, how could they consider the same body insect, this kind of heaven-defying thing, and try to prepare as much as possible? Fairy Luo Shui sighed and quietly discussed with several of her companions, and the protesting crowd gradually dispersed. At present, for the Dixian side, they could only swallow this loss. Fortunately, the restriction of the same body insect was extremely great. In this King Pill battle, except for Lu Li, perhaps no one else could meet the condition of implanting the goo with Wang Lu. There were still 3 more matches, and there was still hope to win. At this point, Black, who had been silent all this time, also nodded and said, "Get ready for the next match." Chapter 677. With the order of Black, the third match of the King Pill Group Challenge officially began. Zhu Shiao and Xiao Tu, who were previously forced to the edge of the arena, were released at the same time and placed in the middle of the arena. Zhu Shiao still looked cold and indifferent. In the center of the arena where millions of people gathered, her figure looked slender and thin, like a delicate girl. Only the brilliant sword light of the great sun golden brilliant sword in her hand made her show a bit of fierce momentum. In contrast, Xiao Tu's momentum was much stronger. This massacring devil was naked, only wearing a human skin apron. The apron was stained with blood, and there were several bloody pieces of meat hanging at the corner. Even from a distance, there was a bloody smell. In the past, Xiao Tu would intimidate his opponent with a lot of flesh and blood before the start of the fight. There was a pocket sewn in the human skin apron, and there was a universe of flesh and blood in the pocket. It was just that, after witnessing the fiasco of Little Poison Immortal just now, this massacring devil, who was known for his arrogance and boldness, was surprisingly careful. Some cards, it was better to hide them until the end and not use them, than to take them out only to find that they were ineffective. Xiao Tu was well aware of how poisonous the tumor on Little Poison Immortal's chest was. 16,000 years ago, when he fought against Little Poison Immortal, that tumor had melted 100 of his flesh and blood mountains and 100 rivers of boiling blood. However, just now, when the tumor detonated, the all-pervasive poison field was driven straight into by Lu Li and broken by her sword. Little Poison Immortal's most trusted card failed to save his life. Xiao Tu was more murderous than Little Poison Immortal, but he was also more afraid of death. He liked to slaughter cultivators and cut off their flesh and blood because he believed that other people's flesh and blood could be turned into his own use, and his own flesh and blood were not easy to die. He had the Dixian stage and the massacring devil body. He was the most difficult person to die in the Dixian stage. Even when he fought against the fallen immortal, he could still survive the full blow of the latter. However, in this grand competition, he suddenly found that his biggest reliance seemed to be disappearing. Although he was still incomparably powerful when compared to cultivators of the same realm, being forced to stay in the King Pill realm, he couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as himself when he was at his peak. Little Poison Immortal was also a person who was not easy to die. Although he was not afraid of death, he did not want to die. Moreover, his poison technique had reached the pinnacle, and even the fallen immortals could not kill him. However, he died in the death arena, under the sword of a lowly King Pill cultivator. In the battle just now, Wang Lu said that it was to intimidate his opponent, so that Dixian would not dare to risk his life rashly. The lamp lady said that he was talking nonsense, but in fact, Wang Lu was right, because Shuoro too knew that he really didn't dare to risk his life easily anymore. As a matter of fact, this grand competition was not that important to him. No matter who won in the end, it made no difference to him. If the Dixian side won, he would not get more recognition. People would only treat him as a mad dog, throw him the hardest and most tiring work, and kick him away when they didn't need it. Under the threat of the fallen immortal, human and demon could indeed cooperate, but the massacring devil was not one of them. And if the Wanxian League won, he would not be ostracized because of this. Dixian could be rated as a first-class fighting force, so that he could be put in an important position everywhere. Even if people didn't like him, when they knew how powerful the fallen immortal was, they had to turn to him for help. That being the case, why should he risk his life for an insignificant victory or defeat? Would it do him any good? Once he had such an idea, Shuoro II's momentum became less aggressive. Although the human skin apron was terrible, he didn't take out the immortal treasure, meat cleaver, that he was really famous for. This gesture might not be noticed by the union of 10,000 immortals, but the Earth immortals frowned one after another. What does Shuoro II want to do? He doesn't seem to have any intention to fight. On the other side, when the cultivators of the Wanxian League heard this, they immediately blushed with shame. This is called no intention to fight? The soaring blood and chi made the audience feel uncomfortable. If he was full of fighting intent, what kind of scene would that be? One must know that this was the lowest middle-level King Pill group in the grand competition. If it was replaced with the supreme level, would they still be able to hold the stage? As for the situation on the stage, people didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shuoro II made it clear that he didn't want to fight seriously. It didn't even matter whether he won or lost. However, the opponent didn't seem to appreciate it. Zhu Shiyao always held the great sun golden brilliant sword in her hand. Her two clear eyes stared at the opponent seriously, not letting go of the slightest change. Although the girl's momentum was not strong, it gave people a sense of crisis, as if there was a hidden needle in a cotton floss, as if facing a beast waiting for an opportunity. Shuoro II didn't want to fight, but Zhu Shiyao seemed to be full of fighting intent. This made Shuoro II feel very uncomfortable. I've already made it clear that I'm going to throw the game, but you're still eager to fight. Do you think I'm really afraid of you? You really don't know what's good for you. Yes, for me, it doesn't matter whether I win or lose. But because it doesn't matter, even if I kill you in this fight, no one can say anything about it. Thinking of this, Shuoro II's two thick eyebrows gradually stretched out, and a burst of crazy killing intent surged in his heart. In his eyes, a blood red gradually covered his field of vision. And the slender and graceful girl in his line of sight also turned into a pile of bones, blood, and flesh. Zhu Shiyao, the big sister of Lingjian school, sword spirit root, stellar divine eyes. The bones, blood, and flesh in Shuoro II's eyes gradually became good material. He was not as greedy as Little Poison Immortal, who wanted to occupy the opponent's body and primordial spirit. However, later on, as long as he could take a few drops of blood and a few pieces of flesh from the opponent, that would be a good harvest. After 16,000 years of sleep, the degeneration of 9 regions was astonishing. However, after the Age of Chaos, there were many amazing and brilliant cultivators. Not to mention that Wang Wu, her disciple was also a great figure. The girl in front of him, though not so brilliant in intelligence, in terms of cultivation aptitude, was not inferior to Wang Lu. The physique of sword spirit root was also extremely rare in the glorious era of cultivators. Thus, Xiaofan finally pulled out his knife, which made the Dixian people outside the field a little relieved. The knife was a meat cleaver, the treasure that made Xiaofan famous. The knife was 2 feet long, wide and thick. Its shape was not like the knife on the battlefield at all, but the butcher's knife. It was just that, this knife was condensed with the law of heaven and earth. Once the knife was out, it must see the flesh and blood. No matter how great the ability was, it was difficult to escape the law. He once fought with a supreme of Deshang stage. The other party cultivated an indestructible body, which was not weaker than ordinary immortal treasure, and could rely on it to resist the heavenly tribulation. However, Xiaofan's meat cleaver made 13 cuts in a row, which cut off all the flesh and blood of his hands and feet, leaving only 4 white bones. Now, this knife was naturally not as sharp as it was at its peak. In the king pill stage, the meat cleaver's ability to disintegrate the body was much weaker. However, even if it only exerted a negligible trace of the law of immortal treasure, it was enough to defeat a little king pill. After Xiaofan pulled out the knife, he looked at the opponent's reaction. That was because he needed to see the girl's reaction to decide whether to cut more or less when he used the knife later. It was just that, the moment he looked up, the girl in front of him suddenly disappeared. Without hesitation, Xiaofan raised his hand and slashed. This slash didn't have any amazing power, it couldn't even stimulate the 3 feet long blade qi, but when the slash came out, there was blood. When the meat cleaver was halfway through, the blade was dyed red. A line of blood sprinkled down from mid-air, and Zhu Shiyao, who just disappeared, appeared. The line of blood from her left shoulder to her right leg seemed to divide her body into 2 halves. However, Zhu Shiyao's eyes didn't waver in the slightest, as if the injury on her body didn't exist. She was in mid-air, only 10 feet away from Xiaofan. She thrust her great sun golden brilliant sword forward, and the 3 feet long blade immediately cut through the space and went straight to the vital spot between Xiaofan's eyebrows. Although this sword strike didn't have the imposing manner of Lu Li's brilliant sword heart, the angle and strength of the sword strike were just right, which made Xiaofan, who bore the brunt of the attack, feel extremely uncomfortable. Because no matter how he responded, it seemed to be wrong. The meat cleaver had seriously injured Zhu Shiyao, but unexpectedly, she seized the initiative. At this time, his blade momentum had been exhausted, but the opponent's sword momentum was still rising. Xiaofan didn't want to take this sword strike head-on. Although he could give it a try with his physical strength, the death of Little Poison Immortal was right in front of him, so how could he dare to be careless? The next moment, the human skin apron was shaken by him. There was a mountain and river hidden in this apron, a mountain and river of blood and flesh, which was equivalent to the essence of hundreds of millions of creatures. Unless the opponent could kill hundreds of millions of people with one sword strike, otherwise, he couldn't be hurt. Once, Little Poison Immortal used a tumor to melt 100 mountains of flesh and 100 rivers of blood, but compared to the entire mountain and river of flesh and blood, it was still only a small part. The current human skin apron didn't have such a great magical ability, but the opponent would never be as strong as Little Poison Immortal. How many people could a mere sword of King Pill kill? 1,000? 10,000? For Xiaofan, it was just a drop in the bucket. At the same time, Xiaofan became more cautious. A hidden arm in his abdomen quietly grasped a knife hidden in his fat. It was a saber that was rarely shown to others. It was called Deboning. It was 6 inches long, and its blade was thin. It was flexible and frivolous, but it was a sharp weapon for defense. However, the next moment, the great sun golden brilliant sword suddenly penetrated the apron, and the sword momentum was so fast that the deboning knife couldn't react. When Xiaofan too came back to his senses, the sword edge had already penetrated 3 inches into his forehead. At the same time, a stream of starry river-like sword chi went all the way down from his forehead and went straight to the core of his chest. Zhu Shiyao's sword didn't kill thousands of people, but only one person. That person was called Xiaofan too, and now, his life was hanging under the sword. Xiaofan too had never seen the power of stellar divine eyes, and he didn't know that once Zhu Shiyao used her sword, it would be more difficult to block than Lu Li's sword. However, in the moment of crisis, he became even calmer. At this time, any escape would not work. Since his existing means could not stop the opponent's deadly sword strike, then he had to change the way. Go all out. Only by going all out could he save his life. No matter how strong the opponent's sword strike was, it was still driven by a person. If he could kill the person one step ahead of time, the sword momentum would vanish. Therefore, Xiaofan too, who had always been afraid of death, was no longer afraid of death at this moment. He endured the pain and horror of the sword edge entering his body and focused his attention on his right hand, where there was a meat cleaver. Chapter 678. The more afraid a person was of death, the more he had to think about how not to die. Flesh Massacre was probably one of the most afraid of death among the Earth Immortals, so his ability to preserve his life was also top-notch. Therefore, he understood a principle better than the vast majority of people: at the critical moment, only by risking his life, could he survive. No matter how strong the opponent's sword was, it was still driven by the person. If he could kill the opponent one step ahead, even the strongest sword momentum would vanish. Therefore, Xiaofan too, who had always been afraid of death, was no longer afraid of death at this moment. He forcefully endured the pain and terror of the sword edge entering his body, and focused all his attention on his right hand, where there was a meat cleaver in his palm. However, just as he was about to draw the blade horizontally and cut the opponent in half, suddenly there was a blur in front of his eyes, and Zhu Shiyao actually disappeared without a trace. And the 3-foot sword edge that was inserted in the center of his forehead also disappeared without a trace. Xiaofan too was taken aback. He did not care about being embarrassed, and waved the meat cleaver 3 times in a row. Indeed, every slash saw blood, but all of it was his own blood. Because the opponent had disappeared from the arena, the meat cleaver could not cut Zhu Shiyao's flesh, and could only bite back at its master. And after Xiaofan too realized this, he could not help but be stunned. Could it be that the opponent gave up and admitted defeat? At the same time, in the audience, people were surprised to see Wang Lu raise his hand high, announcing that he had given up on this match. And beside him, Zhu Shiyao, who was bathed in blood, was looking at him very discontentedly. But why would Wang Lu care about what Zhu Shiyao thought? She had already been transported out, what else could she do? Could it be that she was going to draw her sword at him? That was also fine, anyway, he knew her stellar divine eyes inside out, she could not beat him. The key was, he could not let her die on the arena. The battle just now could be said to be a matter of life and death, but Wang Lu could clearly see that the final result was no more than a loss for both sides, and Zhu Shiyao's chances of winning were less than 20%. The reason was not that Zhu Shiyao was weaker than Lu Li, nor was it that Xiaofan too was stronger than Little Poison Immortal. Zhu Shiyao really didn't have a handy weapon. If the Skybreaker was in her hands, just now, Xiaofan too would have died first. Unfortunately, although Zhu Shiyao had a peerless sword spirit root, she didn't have enough luck. Lu Li was able to pick up the Skybreaker in the ancient sword tomb, but Zhu Shiyao had used the Great Sun Golden Brilliant Sword all the way until now. It wasn't that the Wanxian League didn't have any immortal treasures, but they weren't suitable for her. In the end, he had lost this battle. Wang Lu shook his head indifferently and was about to start the next battle. However, at this time, the Dixian were unwilling to let him go. In particular, the lamp-burning woman was sneering with malice. Just now, your words were pleasant to hear, but in the end, you still cherished your life and didn't dare to fight. Lu Li dared to fight because you had already used a trick to ensure that her life was not in danger. If it was Zhu Shiyao without the same body insect, you wouldn't dare to let her fight. What she said was right, but Wang Lu's laughter was doubly sarcastic. I said you're stupid, but you still don't admit it. Just now, I abstained from the match in order to save your people's lives. Although Shuoro too is a slaughtering devil, he is an important fighting force in the fight against the fallen immortal. It's enough to kill one as a warning to others. Therefore, for the sake of the overall situation, I did not hesitate to sacrifice a victory for my own side. I didn't expect you to understand with your IQ, but unexpectedly, the people around you also pretended not to know and let you out to bark. These words shocked the crowd of Dixian. This was the so-called inverting black and white, confusing right and wrong. For the sake of the overall situation? Just now, it was obvious that both sides were about to lose, and Zhu Shiyao's chance of winning was even smaller. How could it be that the Wanxian League side showed mercy? Wang Lu only said one sentence to this: why are you so sure that there is no same body insect in Zhu Shiyao's body? She was stabbed in the chest by Shuoro too, but there was no pain on her face. Do you really think it's her own ability? Upon hearing this, the lamp-burning woman was stunned and then argued, but there's no scar on your body. Wang Lu looked at the other side with a look of contempt as if he was an idiot and said, who told you that the other same body insect must be in my body? This argument was really reasonable and made people speechless. The lamp-burning woman was choked and silent for a long time, completely not knowing how to refute. Fortunately, the embarrassment didn't last long. The black-clad Dixian said, prepare for the next match. So they prepared for the next match. Ravenous Wolf against Quan Zouhua. It seemed that the strength gap between the two sides was unprecedentedly huge. Ravenous Wolf was the most powerful of the four Dixian players, but Quan Zouhua was obviously the weakest link in the Wanxian League camp. Her strength, wisdom, and reputation were far worse than the others. The only specialty she could bring out was her sweet singing, but this specialty had nothing to do with fighting. Sending her on the field, no matter how you looked at it, it was like directly giving up on this match. However, after experiencing the first two battles, no one dared to underestimate Wang Lu's arrangement. Even if it was a stupid dog, after being released by Wang Lu's hands, it was difficult to guarantee that it wouldn't bite people to death. After Quan Zouhua entered the field, she didn't immediately change into her original form, but looked around curiously in the posture of a girl, seemingly full of curiosity about the central arena of Immortal One area. But soon her attention was attracted by Ravenous Wolf. Looking at the notorious opponent, Quan Zouhua snorted. The girl's slightly naive voice spat out rough and straightforward words. Wang Lu. You said before that as long as I get rid of this guy, Xiao Bai will belong to me, right? In the audience, Wang Lu laughed. Yes, as long as you can get rid of him, I will help you ask Bai Shixian to have sex with me. Really? If you dare to do that to me, I will bite you to death. Wang Lu said lightly, if you dare to bite me, Xiao Bai will never talk to you again in this life. Damn, Wang Lu, you are too despicable. Really? Then go ask someone else for help. How could Xiao Bai like you? Just as the man and the dog began to quarrel with each other, Ravenous Wolf still maintained his half-ethereal, half-real ghost body, silent, his eyes constantly sizing up the other party, and then gradually showed a greedy look. Good thing, really good thing, you are mine. His name was Ravenous Wolf, and just like his name, his biggest characteristic was his greed. He was greedy for everything, greedy at any time. Gluttonous, fond of delicious food, lustful, fond of beautiful women, greedy for money, and good treasures. And the Quan Zohua before him was undoubtedly a target worthy of his full greed. Western continent monster wolf was a top-rank mythological beast from another continent. Its flesh and blood essence was undoubtedly the world's top food ingredient. The sweet taste drifted into his nose with the wind, making ravenous wolf's appetite greatly aroused. In addition, although the girl before him was not as blatant as Lu Li, nor as cold and flawless as Zhu Shiyao, she was also elegant and beautiful. Her pair of smooth and slender legs extended down along the soul-stirring curve of her waist and buttocks, which was particularly seductive. Moreover, this kind of Western continent monster wolf, who had already taken human form, was priceless no matter where it was. Ravenous Wolf believed that even if the price reached an immortal treasure, there would still be people willing to trade for it. No matter what, this Quan Zohua was a target that could not be missed. Therefore, at this moment, Ravenous Wolf had made up his mind to take the opponent into his pocket. Of course, this was not easy. The previous Little Poison Immortal and Shuero too were also very greedy, especially Little Poison Immortal. At the beginning of the match, he declared that he wanted to refine Lu Li's body into a poison sac and refine her primordial spirit into a poison concubine. As a result, he died the most miserably. Shuero too was a bit better, but he still couldn't let go of the opponent's flesh and blood. As a result, he was pierced in the forehead by a sword. Were it not for his quick response, he would also have died. Ravenous Wolf didn't want to die, because among his many greed, the greed to live was also the first. Therefore, he remained calm and collected, just silently waited for Quan Zohua and Wang Lu to finish their quarrel, and then turned around with a blushing face. "Hey, you, wash your neck and wait for death." Then the girl pounced on him. In midair, she grinned, revealing a pair of sharp and bright little canine teeth. Ravenous Wolf was not careless. In the face of this reckless and unplanned attack, he resolutely chose to retreat. He had the physique of a ghost. With just a thought, his figure flashed several miles away. But after flashing, Ravenous Wolf was surprised to find that those cute little canine teeth were still not far in front of him. Ravenous Wolf flashed again, flashing 30 times in a row. Each time, he moved over 10 miles, and each time, it happened in the blink of an eye. Because of his movements, the arena space had expanded to a radius of 500 miles. But it still seemed to be somewhat insufficient. But after flashing 30 times, Ravenous Wolf was still facing that pair of little canine teeth that caused one to sigh. Quan Zohua's seemingly casual attack was actually like a maggot in a tarsal bone, unable to be shaken off. This was far from what Ravenous Wolf had originally expected. He didn't want to seize the initiative at the start, but he also didn't want to lose the initiative at the start. Right now, it was as if he was being fiercely chased and beaten, unable to fight back. So he finally stopped flashing. Instead, his body turned from illusory to solid, and then he punched out with a heavy and powerful fist. Ravenous Wolf's fist was heavier than anyone had imagined. Because halfway through, his fist had already become as large as a mountain. Outside the arena, countless people cried out in disbelief, because very few people could make their bodies so large at the King Pill realm. But of course, Ravenous Wolf was different. His greatest trump card was not the insidious curse that many people guessed, nor was it a silent assassination, but the strength of his body. He was gluttonous, and when his craving flared up, he wanted to eat continuously for a year, so he needed a large stomach. He was lustful, and he wished that he could take in all the beauties in the world. Of course, this required a pair of sharp eyes. He was lustful, and in his absurdity, he had gathered 100,000 beauties together to enjoy himself. With so many beauties, it was clear that he couldn't just have one golden cudgel. So much greed had resulted in so much demand, and to fuse so much meat into a single body, it went without saying that the strength of the body was self-evident. Ravenous Wolf was also not a natural demon. He had reincarnated into a slaughtering demon, and what he valued was the unlimited growth of a demon's body, and the results did not disappoint him. The half-illusory, half-real ghost body was only a disguise. If he revealed his true body, even if it was only at the king pill level, it would be enough to shock everyone. Now, Ravenous Wolf had only released a fist, and it was like releasing a mountain. This was the most direct and violent method, but it was enough to make most king pill cultivators wet their pants. A top king pill sword cultivator could split a mountain with one sword, but if a mountain was really smashed down, not many could withstand it. Quan Zhuhua didn't seem particularly strong among those at the king pill level. Except for that sneak attack just now, there was nothing special about it. So after this punch, at least one of her two small canine teeth would break. But the next moment, Ravenous Wolf felt a sharp pain in his fist. When he hurriedly retracted it, he saw that only half a mountain remained. Quan Zhuhua's small canine teeth were still sharp, but there was a trace of blood on them. Chapter 679. Ravenous Wolf hadn't been in such pain for a long time. The physical pain was not painful, because the body had been strengthened to the extreme. Not only would it have a super huge size, strong defense, but it would also have enough resilience. With the strength of Ravenous Wolf's body, even if he was dismembered by 5 horses, he could quickly recover. Half of his fist that was bitten off would quickly regenerate in 1 or 2 breaths. However, Ravenous Wolf's pain was heartache. No miser is happy to see his property taken away by others. This powerful physical body was Ravenous Wolf's greatest reliance, as well as his most valuable asset. Ravenous Wolf had spent countless painstaking efforts to build it. Not even a hair could be allowed to be taken away, let alone half of his hand. The more greedy a person was, the more difficult it was to tolerate their wealth being robbed. Seeing Quan Zhuhua licking her lips with her small tongue and tasting the taste of flesh and blood, deep in Ravenous Wolf's painful heart, anger began to surge. If it was taken away, it must be taken back twice as much. However, anger did not destroy his reason. On the contrary, Ravenous Wolf became more rational and cautious in his anger. Thus, he soon realized a problem. How did Quan Zhuhua do it? Although what Ravenous Wolf released just now was only a small part of his physical body, it was already an incredible behemoth in the Jindan realm. In terms of size alone, it was like a small mountain. Not to mention that Ravenous Wolf's body had been tempered thousands of times. His internal strength was far stronger than ordinary steel. Why didn't that pair of fangs break? Moreover, after swallowing half of a mountain, why didn't she have indigestion? If it was an ordinary swallowing method, her stomach would have burst. Western continent monster Wolf Fenrir, Ravenous Wolf's angry eyes became more and more gloomy. That idiot actually dared to sacrifice his body in front of the stupid dog. Hasn't he heard the joke of using meat bun to hit a dog? Or is he expecting the stupid dog to have indigestion? In the audience stand, Wang Lu couldn't help but laugh. Never question Fenrir's appetite. This had long been a no-nonsense rule in Spirit Sword Mountain. Although she didn't eat much when she was on the mountain, that was only because she didn't want to eat too much. If she ate too much, she would be scolded by Bai Shixian for wasting food. However, if Fenrir really raised her appetite, the granary on Spirit Sword Mountain that could feed hundreds of cultivators for decades could not stand her 2 or 3 mouthfuls. Western continent monster Wolf Fenrir was a top-level magical beast that could swallow the heaven and earth. In the Legend of 9 Regions, the howling celestial dog that could swallow the moon was actually inferior to it. The appetite of this kind of top-level existence has reached an unimaginable level. Even the two girls of the Spirit Sword Mountain, who had the honorary title of Big Stomach King, could never compete with the appetite of the demonic wolf Fenrir. Were it not for the fact that she completely didn't know how to taste the food and just gobbled it up, Aya and Luli wouldn't have had the chance to appear in the food competition. A mere mountain wanted to fill Fenrir's stomach? What a joke. Even if Ravenous Wolf revealed his true form and revealed his body that was comparable to that of a giant beast, Fenrir could still digest him. This punch that he was determined to win was simply delivering meat to his doorstep. Thinking to this, Wang Lu gently breathed out. It was indeed right to put Fenrir as the third player. Before the match, he had looked for Supreme Tian Luan to calculate the best order of appearance for the fight. However, after 3 calculations, the result was different. Obviously, in the case of interference from the other side, arithmetic alone could not give a reliable answer. Therefore, Wang Lu simply relied on himself and threw the dice 3 times to determine the order. Now it seemed that it was just right. At the same time, the fight in the arena gradually entered a white-hot stage. Ravenous Wolf calmly burned with anger, then he took a deep breath and opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth that gleamed with cold light. He was a slaughtering devil, but he was reincarnated step by step from the human race. His natural physical magical ability was far less than that of a magical beast, but his acquired growth potential was infinite. He was Dixian, and when he became famous, he had once killed an immortal beast. Thus, the magical ability of a mere Western continent monster wolf was not enough to discourage him. On the contrary, it inspired his fighting spirit. Even if it was just a competition of swallowing, he never thought that he would lose. After all, the Western continent monster wolf swallowing the world was only a legend, but he had actually swallowed a part of the world, and that part of the world was still in his stomach. As long as he could swallow and digest this Western continent monster wolf, his immortal path was likely to usher in perfection. A black hole-like whirlpool slowly stirred in Ravenous Wolf's throat, pulling everything around it. Seeing this, Quan Zohua looked quite surprised. Yo, opening your mouth so big, do you want to compete with me in swallowing? You should know who I am, right? Quan Zohua widened her eyes and asked incredulously, Wang Lu, what kind of bird did you arrange for me to be my opponent? If I win against this kind of idiot, I have no face at all. Little Bai will not fall in love with me because of my valiant and heroic appearance. In the audience stand, Wang Lu's voice passed through the shield of the arena. Then why don't I give you a super powerful opponent next time, one that can smash you into pieces with one slap, and let Little White see your shining white brain matter and fall deeply in love with you, unable to extricate herself. That's why I said it's best to find you a moronic opponent. You still dare to complain, don't you know that Little Bai is also watching the whole process? If you talk too much nonsense, be careful, I won't be able to help you after the competition. Quan Zohua immediately shut up and then turned her attention back to Ravenous Wolf. For this opponent that other people were incomparably afraid of, Quan Zohua didn't think there was anything great about it. Because her intuition told her that the opponent seemed strong, but the real card was completely restrained by her, so there was nothing to be afraid of. If it were the previous 2 guys, she would have to consider whether her shining white brain was really that good-looking or not. Now, as long as she used her best and favorite way to make a scene, the final victory would definitely belong to her, and she and Little Bai could fly together forever. Thereupon, with an earth-shaking howl, the girl revealed her true body of a monster wolf and fiercely pounced on Ravenous Wolf. This was exactly what Ravenous Wolf wanted. He also opened his 2 rows of sharp teeth and greeted her with the cold light. The next moment, blood splattered. The fighting style of Fenrir and Ravenous Wolf was completely different from the previous 2 fights against Little Poison Immortal and Shuero Tuesday. There was no unparalleled sword chi, no magical ability, only the most primitive, beast-like biting and swallowing. You bite me, I bite you, sharp teeth, flesh and blood splattered. Ravenous Wolf did not completely release his physical body, because in a situation where his opponent could swallow half a mountain in one gulp, an overly large physical body would only be a burden. He turned himself into a ferocious beast of the same size as his opponent and began a bloody slaughter. In such a fight, all calculations and wisdom had lost their meaning. Only the most instinctive and wild things could persist to the end. Ravenous Wolf was cautious by nature, but in the fight, he completely unlocked his shackles and attacked in a nearly crazy manner to bring oppression to the opponent. And this soon had an effect. Fenrir's swallowing ability was almost limitless, but after all, she only had one mouth and 2 rows of teeth. When Ravenous Wolf attacked with one hand, she could bite off half of the opponent's hand, but what if the opponent attacked with both fists? Fenrir had no other way but to use her physical body to take it. At this time, Ravenous Wolf would seize the opportunity and bite her without hesitation. After 2 or 3 rounds of fighting, she lost her left forearm and a piece of soft flesh on her abdomen, and a terrible wound appeared on her right thigh. Of course, her harvest was equally rich. Ravenous Wolf lost his 2 arms and half of his face. However, Ravenous Wolf gradually showed a victorious smile, because his body could quickly recover and regenerate, but Fenrir couldn't. In the biting just now, Ravenous Wolf seemed to have lost more, but he was one step closer to victory. For him, swallowing was never a one-off thing, but a test of endurance and perseverance. Sure enough, after a few more rounds of biting, Ravenous Wolf lost his arms again, and even his abdomen was bitten open, and half of his internal organs were swallowed. But he quickly recovered, while Fenrir couldn't even stop the bleeding from her wounds. She also lost her 2 feet, so she couldn't stand steadily and looked extremely weak. Ravenous Wolf attacked again, unreservedly releasing a mountain-like fist. Fenrir had no choice but to open her mouth to block. However, Ravenous Wolf took this opportunity to tear off a piece of flesh from Fenrir's neck, almost biting her throat. Fenrir turned around to fight back, but was forced to block by Ravenous Wolf's other hand. Ravenous Wolf took this opportunity to bite off another leg of Fenrir. At this point, Fenrir lost 3 of her 4 legs, and lost a lot of blood. Finally, she couldn't continue and fell down. Ravenous Wolf looked at his opponent condescendingly, and then, without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and bit down. He wanted to finish his harvest before Wang Lu surrendered for his teammate. "Everything you have will belong to me." As he thought so, his 2 rows of sharp teeth aimed at Fenrir's throat and bit down. Clang! Ravenous Wolf felt a sharp pain in his mouth, followed by the sound of hard objects breaking. More than half of his 2 rows of sword-like teeth were broken. What kind of life-saving prop is this? It doesn't matter, this kind of prop has a limited number of times, I will do it again. So Ravenous Wolf quickly regenerated his 2 rows of sharp teeth, and once again aimed at Fenrir's throat and bit down. This time, his teeth didn't break, but Ravenous Wolf clearly felt that his opponent's neck seemed to be countless times tougher. He bit with all his strength, but he could only make his teeth slightly sink into the opponent's flesh, completely unable to cause any damage, let alone bite off her throat and kill her in one blow. What's going on? Ravenous Wolf was puzzled, but he didn't have too much time to think about the reason, because the weak Fenrir had turned her head at this time, gently opened her mouth, and aimed at Ravenous Wolf's throat. At this time, Fenrir was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and this last blow was extremely reluctant, but considering her lethality, Ravenous Wolf didn't want to take the risk for nothing, so he intended to withdraw and temporarily avoid the attack. However, after the idea arose, he found that his body was not listening to him, and his reaction speed was incredibly slow. Seeing Fenrir's last blow getting closer and closer, Ravenous Wolf was burning with anxiety. "Move, move for me." Unfortunately, the countless roars in his heart couldn't change the reality at all. Not only did his body not move, but it also became weaker. Ravenous Wolf only saw a wolf's mouth rapidly expanding in front of him, squeezing his entire field of vision, and he could barely maintain his standing posture. He was completely exhausted. It turned out to be like this. At the last moment, Ravenous Wolf finally realized something. Fenrir's devouring ability was beyond his imagination. Not only could she devour his body, but she could also devour his existence. In the previous biting attack, he seemed to have the upper hand. Every time his body was devoured, he could quickly regenerate it, but in fact, the strength of his body was constantly declining, because his existence was constantly being diluted. When Ravenous Wolf realized this, he had already lost too much, and there was nothing he could do to reverse the situation. This was an almost perfect trap, but there was still a flaw in it. So, it seems that I still won this game. Thinking of this, Ravenous Wolf smiled slightly. Do you want to eat? Then eat it, be careful of indigestion. The next moment, his world fell into absolute darkness. Chapter 680. Gotcha. 2 rows of sharp teeth fiercely closed, making a crisp impact sound, and a fountain of blood and minced meat splashed out from the gap of the teeth. Outside the arena, thousands of spectators saw this scene. The dying Fenrir bit off most of Ravenous Wolf's body, from his head to his lower abdomen, leaving only his 2 legs. He stood upright for a moment and then fell down. This bite was so fierce that it made countless people's hearts tremble. Then, Ravenous Wolf was unable to recover from his serious injury as quickly as before. The 2 limbs that fell to the ground just lay there. Ravenous Wolf neither released his huge body nor turned his body into a ghost, letting the blood flow. For Ravenous Wolf, every bit of flesh and blood was extremely precious. At this time, he was really extravagant, which was completely inconsistent with his miser nature. It was hard to imagine that he would do such a thing. In fact, Ravenous Wolf certainly couldn't do such a thing because he was dead. The 2 cores of the demon race had disappeared at the same time, and they had fallen into the belly of Fenrir. Even a great principal golden immortal couldn't do anything about it. It was just that, long after Ravenous Wolf's death, the audience couldn't come back to their senses. Why did Ravenous Wolf die? At the last moment, Fenrir's counterattack was ridiculously slow. Even a small shoot-on-stage cultivator could easily avoid it. However, Ravenous Wolf didn't avoid it. His performance was even slower than Fenrir's. He watched helplessly as the opponent took his life, which was like committing suicide. Ravenous Wolf, who was greedy for life, would certainly not commit suicide, so this was, of course, Fenrir's wonderful means. So, in short, Fenrir won this game. After thinking about this, the audience outside the arena no longer had time to be surprised and began to cheer and celebrate the victory. We actually won. With the addition of Daoist Master Non-Phase, our score in the King Pill level duel is already 3-1. Before the start of the match, Wang Lu said that he didn't have to fight in person, but in the end, he really didn't have to fight in person. Lingjian School is too powerful. Not to mention that pair of non-phase master and disciple, even their dog is so sharp. More importantly, in these 3 matches, 2 Dixian people were killed and 1 was seriously injured. I'm afraid they won't have the courage to be so arrogant in the next match. In order to celebrate, I'm going back today to have sex with 10 women. Holy sh*t, how could you change the topic so quickly? For a moment, the audience was immersed in a sea of joy. The outcome of this match was extremely important. However, Wang Lu, who was in the audience, had a complicated expression on his face. TSK, I didn't expect to miscalculate in the end. I underestimated that stupid dog's digestive ability. There's no other way, looks like I have to do it myself. The moment these words were spoken, the red-robed patriarch was instantly stunned. Wang Lu, why do you make it sound like you've lost? Didn't you win beautifully? Wang Lu shook his head. Ancestor, why do you always misunderstand? The match just now was truly regrettable. Although we killed him, we lost the match. The red-robed patriarch was shocked. How did I lose? At this moment, even the Dixian couldn't figure out what was going on. They stared at the scene in bewilderment. Wang Lu said he lost. How did I lose? The situation in the field had clearly been settled. That Western Continent demonic wolf was now gnawing the bones of Ravenous Wolf, and its injuries were slowly recovering. Although it was a bit tragic, it was much better than Ravenous Wolf's body being completely destroyed. That demonic wolf has broken the realm. Finally, a sharp Dixian revealed the answer. The moment before she killed Ravenous Wolf, she broke through the peak of King Pill and entered the Yuanying stage. This violated the rules of King Pill level battle, so she was automatically judged to have lost. This is actually the reason. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu nodded and explained, Hua Hua is a Western Continent demonic wolf, so the difference between the stages is not as obvious as that of ordinary human cultivators. However, the difference between King Pill and Yuanying stage still exists. In order to ensure the winning rate before the match, I let her raise her power to infinitely close to Yuanying stage, and then suppressed her with 13 layers of Beast Trap Seal to prevent her from breaking the realm. In addition, Western Continent Demonic Wolf's control of power is very strong, so it should be foolproof. However, I also underestimated the level of Ravenous Wolf's body and Huahua's digestive ability. After swallowing a few pieces of Ravenous Wolf's body, the digested energy actually allowed Huahua to break through the 13 layers of Beast Trap Seal in one go, forcing her to directly advance to Yuanying stage. That's really amazing. After Wang Lu's explanation, people felt speechless. The audience, who were originally in ecstasy, gradually cooled down, and their hearts were incomparably tangled. From King Pill to Yuanying stage, many Taoist masters of King Pill felt powerless and powerless. For tens of thousands of years, there were countless cultivators who died in front of this stage, among which, the most famous one was undoubtedly the number 1 King Pill in 9 regions. Even if it was a cultivator with excellent aptitude, an unprecedented cultivator, when breaking through from King Pill to Yuanying stage, they had to be careful, and only after sufficient preparation could they break through in one fell swoop. As a result, when it came to Fenrir, she actually had to use the 13 layers of Beast Trap Seal of Beast Master School to suppress her from breaking the realm? Perhaps, this was not only related to the powerful bloodline of Fenrir, but more importantly, the strength of Ravenous Wolf's body was far beyond imagination. After Quan Zohua digested it, the energy obtained had been so abundant that even the Beast Trap Seal could not suppress it. If it were anyone else, perhaps they would have exploded and died because of this abundant energy. However, Western Continent Demonic Wolf was simply a top-level magical beast that was born to devour, so she just happened to be able to withstand it. If it weren't for the magical ability of Fenrir's bloodline that restrained the opponent, Ravenous Wolf would not have fallen into such a miserable situation. His physical strength had reached the level where he could beat 10 people with brute force. In a head-on confrontation, perhaps only the number 1 King Pill in 9 regions could win against him in the King Pill stage. However, under the circumstance that Wang Wu had already appeared on the stage, it was admirable that she was able to achieve such a result. Unfortunately, the strength gap was still too big. Although Quan Zohua killed her opponent, she lost the match. But who could blame her for this situation? Especially after the girl returned to her human form, her miserable condition was simply unbearable to look straight at. Hey, Wang Lu, I won. The wolf girl, who walked from the arena to the audience seat, reluctantly showed a smile. However, Her delicate smiling face was stained with blood, especially on her forehead, which had several long and deep bloodstains that extended all the way to her cheeks, completely destroying the beauty of her face. The girl's 2 arms were broken at the elbows, and the flesh of her right thigh was almost gnawed away, revealing the pale leg bone. Hee, cool, right? Quan Zhuhua laughed. At this time, even Wang Lu couldn't say anything to reprimand her. He just silently shook his head and took out the healing medicine that he had prepared earlier from his bosom. However, before Wang Lu handed over the medicine, an elder from Heavenly Sage Hall of the Wanxian League had already stood up from the audience seat. It was the sect leader from Yin and Yang School, a beautiful woman who looked to be in her early 20s. It's really outrageous, how could you let such a beautiful girl be beaten like this? Wang Lu, in order to win, you are too unscrupulous. Wang Lu cupped his hands across his chest and accepted all the criticism. Because when the other party spoke, she had already put a red pill into Quan Zhuhua's mouth. The woman's action was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the pill turned into a liquid that flowed into Quan Zhuhua's body, giving her no time to react. However, soon, a mass of warmth flowed through her abdomen, which quickly healed the scars in the battle. Her broken arm was regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and countless granulation wrapped around the bones, squirming and growing. It seemed that in less than a cup of tea's time, the girl's serious injury could be completely healed. Thank you for the pill, sect leader. The sect leader of Yin and Yang School glared at Wang Lu and said, "What's there to thank? Do you think only your Lingjian school understands the overall situation and contributes to the grand competition? Ha, I think senior is too narrow-minded." Wang Lu shook his head and said to Quan Zhuhua, "Go down and rest. Don't worry about little Bai. Even if I have to drug her, I will fulfill your wishful thinking." Unexpectedly, Quan Zhuhua shook her head seriously and said, "I not only want little Bai's body, but also her heart." "No problem. As the saying goes, it's the esophagus that enters a man's heart, and it's the sound that enters a woman's heart. As long as you have a big tool, there's no woman's heart that you can't grasp. And it just so happens that the sect leader in front of you is the best at this, so you can ask for more advice." Quan Zhuhua immediately opened her eyes wide with excitement and limped around the sect leader of Yin and Yang School. "Really? Senior sect leader, please give me your advice." The sect leader of Yin and Yang School fiercely glared at Wang Lu, but was soon disturbed by the dog-like enthusiasm of the girl. When Wang Lu was about to continue to add fuel to the fire, he heard a cold humph from Dixian's side. "Have you told enough boring jokes?" Burning Lamp Girl's eyes were like flames as she coldly said, "Don't you forget that there's still a 5th match? You've been playing the fool on the stage, delaying enough time. Isn't it time for you to come down?" Ha, previously I said you're stupid, but you don't admit it. Think about it clearly, who needs to delay time now? Is it the stupid dog that almost killed you, or is it that Bai Zhe, who has long been punished by my master and turned into a jumping clown in my hands? I'm trying to buy time for you, so that you can be more prepared, so that when you die, it's too late to regret. You. Burning Lamp Girl bristled with anger, but she had to admit that Wang Lu's confusing words, which were based on the results of the previous 3 matches, were quite convincing. She, of course, knew that Wang Lu was delaying time in order to speed up the healing of Lu Li's injury in the first match. However, the other party didn't admit it, so she couldn't refute it. Burning Lamp Girl was, after all, not good at quarreling like Dixian. Enough, no need to talk nonsense. Let the 5th match begin. Along with the words of the black-clad Dixian, Wang Lu's figure suddenly disappeared from the audience, and the next moment, he appeared in the middle of the arena. And there, Dixian Bai Zhe had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 681. When they saw Bai Zai, the audience outside the arena breathed a sigh of relief. Although the fight had not yet begun, people seemed to have predicted the result. Compared with the previous 3 evil stars, Bai Zai's deterrence was much smaller. On the contrary, Wang Lu's prestige was much stronger than that of the previous few people combined. The strength and weakness were so obvious that the result was, of course, no doubt. Even in Area A and B, some busybodies had begun to set off fireworks and firecrackers in advance to celebrate the victory in advance. However, people with discerning eyes knew that for the Wuxia League, the difficulty of this round was probably higher than the previous 3. From the point of view of Wang Lu, although he had won a high reputation in the grand competition, it did not mean that his strength could far surpass that of the previous 3. Especially in the first round, after Lu Li obtained invincible defense with the help of same-body insect, her attack and defense attributes could be said to be invincible among the same level. Her actual fighting power definitely surpassed that of Wang Lu himself. In fact, in the first 3 fights, Lu Li, Zhu Shiyao, and Quan Zouhua were not really fighting alone in the true sense. Wang Lu played a great role in it. Now that it was Wang Lu's turn to fight, who could support him? In fact, there was no one. Although many people had the intention to help him, it was really difficult to help. As for Dixian Bai Zai, he used to be the number 2 figure in the Dixian camp. Although this status was more due to the fact that he was the only one among the Dixian who dared to vote against the leader, not because of his strength. However, it was undeniable that he was indeed a first-class cultivator. His dismal record was because after the Dixian resuscitation, his opponents were Wang Wu and Wang Lu, the pair of master and disciple, not because his strength was really not good enough. If it were anyone else against Bai Zai, the result would be very different. Moreover, the black-clothed Dixian had placed Bai Zai in the last position, which showed his great trust in him. Only an idiot would dare to underestimate such an opponent. Of course, Wang Lu wasn't an idiot, so the moment he stepped down from the stage, he raised all his fighting spirit and turned it into a sincere smile. "Ha, we meet again. How have you been, little Bai?" Bai Zai naturally wouldn't pay attention to this frivolous provocation. He just silently released his own magical weapon, 3 golden seals. Wang Lu was shocked. After Bai Zai lost to Wang Wu, he learned from his painful experience and thought that his immortal artifact negation seal did not have much of an advantage in a king pill level battle, so he sealed it for a time. This time, he took out the negation seal once again, which really surprised everyone. "Oh, I didn't expect you to still use this thing. Did you upgrade it?" Wang Lu said and walked forward confidently, trying to catch the golden seal with his hand. Bai Zai sneered. "Won't you know if you try?" A seal smashed over. Wang Lu flipped his wrist and avoided the edge. He approached the golden seal from the side, still trying to catch it with his hand. But Bai Zai's golden seal changed direction very quickly, like a stream of light, drawing an arc and circling behind Wang Lu. Wang Lu blocked with his left hand. His 5 fingers formed a seal and condensed an invisible shield in front of him. However, when the golden seal collided with the shield, it was like a hot knife through butter. It was unstoppable and fell on Wang Lu's left palm. The next moment, Wang Lu's left hand turned gray from the elbow and disappeared without a trace like an illusion. But at the same time, Wang Lu took a step forward, and a mirror image appeared behind him. The injury on his left forearm was left in the illusion. But when Wang Lu took a step forward, he saw 2 dazzling golden lights in front of him. It was the other 2 negation golden seals flying toward him. Even at this time, he still didn't draw his sword. Instead, he welcomed it with his body. The 2 golden seals pierced through his chest without any hindrance, leaving 2 3-inch square holes. They cut Wang Lu in half at the waist and turned him into a corpse. The lower half fell to the ground and turned into gray mud, while the upper half soared into the sky. It suddenly extended in midair and turned into a complete human form. It really has upgraded. This is very targeted. Bai Zai snorted coldly and recalled the 3 golden seals. He frowned and didn't say anything. Just now, the rhythm of their attack and defense was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had finished testing each other. Compared to the beginning, Bai Zai's negation seal's effect in actual combat was greatly improved because there were more than 10 times more ways to attack. The original negation seal was a kind of killing weapon that could involve cause and effect. It had no blind spots when attacking. Every time Bai Zai used it, he had to spend a lot of effort. Of course, its lethality was also unquestionable. However, in a battle at the King Pill level, although this kind of immortal treasure's lethality was unparalleled, it had flaws that could be found. It was very easy for people to take advantage of the loopholes to avoid it. For example, when he fought with Wang Wu for the first time, Wang Wu used the so-called backup pill to avoid the negation seal's erasure effect. At the same time, the flaw of the negation seal's relatively slow and cumbersome casting was still retained. It made the methods used in the battle seem monotonous, which was very uneconomical. As for the upgraded negation seal, its lethality was much weaker. Just now, when Wang Lu's arm was touched, it only destroyed his forearm. Afterwards, it was offset by Wang Lu's doppelganger. It was far from being as overbearing as the original negation seal. However, the new negation seal was more flexible and adaptable. If one attack failed, then it could launch continuous attacks. The effect of each negation seal was different. Some erased the body, some erased magic power. Of course, there were also some that specialized in destroying protective magic treasures. The effect of each negation seal could change at any time, making it impossible to guard against. Just now, Wang Lu seemed to have dodged it easily, but in fact, it was like walking on a steel wire high up in the sky. It was a matter of life and death. On the other hand, Bai Zai also didn't expect that his continuous attacks that went straight to the point would actually be completely ineffective. Just a few short months ago, he didn't have the ability to resist at all. He had to rely on a series of props and calculations to survive. But now, with only his own spell, he could do it with ease. His progress was simply jaw-dropping. What surprised him even more was that, in the face of such a sharp and intensive offensive, Wang Lu actually couldn't hold out his sword. It was as if he had seen through his own tactics. Among the 3 golden seals, one of them was specialized in breaking magical tools, which was reserved for Rouge Tears. Although Wang Lu's Rouge Tears was an immortal treasure, Rouge Tears came from the hands of Xian Mo. As a companion in the same camp, Bai Zai knew Rouge Tears like the back of his hand and could target it very strongly. At the same time, the spirit of Rouge Tears had recently supported Lu Li in battle, which consumed a lot of energy, which was also a flaw. These 2 flaws made Bai Zai confident that he could directly break them with the negation seal. Even if it couldn't cause permanent damage, it could still make Wang Lu have no sword to use in the whole fight. However, Wang Lu still refused to use his sword, which made Bai Zai unable to take advantage of this flaw. Instead, he had to be on guard against the moment he used his sword. Even if Wang Lu's attack ability was not as earth-shattering as Lu Li's and Zhu Shiyao's, Sword Demon Zhong Shengming's primal chaos heaven-splitting sword Qi was also famous in Dixian, so he didn't want to face it head-on. In that case, Bai Zai thought for a moment, stretched out his hand, and summoned out 3 golden seals. 6 golden seals, for him in the King Pill stage, was already a bit difficult, but he also firmly believed that in the face of 6 golden seals, the opposite party would never have any reservations. However, just as he was about to make his move, he saw Wang Lu's figure swayed and directly appeared in front of him. In the face of the negation seal, which had the effect of killing, Wang Lu actually didn't retreat but chose to fight close combat with Bai Zai. Bai Zhe, of course, couldn't ask for more. He immediately turned the 6 golden seals to surround him. However, the next moment, Bai Zhe's countenance changed. Because he found out that the Wang Lu in front of him was still just a substitute. Moreover, unlike the previous substitutes who offset the damage, this was a self-destructing substitute. That surging tide of fire attribute true elemental energy could erupt at any time, causing earth-shattering destruction. How could the sword cultivator who originally focused on swordsmanship become so cunning and quick-witted today? Bai Zhe secretly cursed, but he didn't panic. He mobilized 5 golden seals to pursue Wang Lu's real body, and 1 continued to rush toward Wang Lu's substitute. The negation seal on the seal changed from body-breaking to spell-breaking. This was the difference between Dixian and ordinary cultivators. No matter how powerful your spells were, in the eyes of Dixian, it was still crude and not worth mentioning. Wang Lu's self-destructing substitute was enough to seriously injure any cultivator at the peak of King Pill, but Bai Zhe only needed to use a spell-breaking golden seal to make this substitute disappear without a trace. The next moment, the golden seal fell, and the surging fire attribute true elemental energy instantly disappeared. But what surprised Bai Zhe was that Wang Lu's figure was still in front of him. This wasn't a substitute. In the blink of an eye, Bai Zhe realized Wang Lu's trick. He concentrated a large amount of fire attribute true elemental energy and didn't conceal it, disguised his real body as a substitute, and openly approached. On the other hand, he had scattered the precious golden seals to search for the non-existent true body. It wasn't a complicated tactic, but Bai Zhe really didn't expect Wang Lu to do this. Because Wang Lu's specialty should be the sword Dao. In this kind of life and death battle, he didn't use his specialty, but could it be that he had to use acrobatics? In the end, Wang Lu really did the opposite and took the initiative with acrobatics. Even if the next moment, the 5 golden seals could crush him to pieces, at least at this moment, the initiative was indeed in the hands of Wang Lu. In a battle with a sword cultivator, the most taboo was to let the opponent get close. And Wang Lu was undoubtedly the top sword cultivator in the King Pill realm. At this moment, time seemed to slow down for Bai Zhe. In his line of sight, a primal chaos sword chi that made the space tremble faintly condensed in front of him. He didn't know whether Wang Lu's full power outbreak could hurt him. He now had the heavenly devil body, and as long as the 2 vital points were not destroyed at the same time, he could continue to regenerate, but the killing power of the primal chaos heaven-splitting sword chi was also repeatedly beyond common sense. However, Bai Zhe didn't need to worry about this. Because the 7th golden seal had been waiting in his hands for a long time. Chapter 682. The fight between Wang Lu and Bai Zhe went very fast. In just a few breaths of time, the two had completed several rounds of attack and defense exchange, which dazzled the audience outside the arena. It was fine for cultivators above Yuanying stage, but for cultivators below King Pill stage, they only felt a blur in front of their eyes, and then they could no longer see the two people. What's going on here? Although the pace of the previous 3 matches was quite fast, it was common for the peak-level confrontation of King Pill stage to last for several days and nights. However, for Lu Li and the others, victory and defeat were decided in just a few rounds, and even life and death were decided. But even for them, the pace would not be as fast as Wang Lu against Bai Zhe, which was so fast that people couldn't even react. This was undoubtedly somewhat disappointing, because in the eyes of most of the ignorant audience, Wang Lu's personal appearance meant that the victory was already set, so they just needed to enjoy the process. But now that the process was so fast that they couldn't enjoy it, how could they not be disappointed? Of course, The audience couldn't understand that if something needed Wang Lu's personal appearance, it often meant a big trouble. However, just as people began to complain, the pace in the arena finally slowed down. After a dazzling exchange of attack and defense, Wang Lu and Bai Zai suddenly stopped and nailed to the spot. Bai Zai's 7 golden seals fell on Wang Lu's body at the same time. The scene of the 7 seals falling together was shocking, but it didn't leave any terrible wound. As for Wang Lu, he put his hand on Bai Zai's chest, which looked a bit soft and powerless. No one knew what exactly he did. The audience was puzzled by the two men's action. Even the elders of Heavenly Sage Hall couldn't help but lean forward, as if they could see it more clearly. Is this a draw? An elder tried to guess. It doesn't look like it. Wang Lu's face is calmer than the opposite side. I think that for Wang Lu, even if he loses, he will be able to face it calmly. Judging the outcome by his expression is too arbitrary. To these elders, who were at least at the deity transformation stage, it was an unprecedented and novel experience for them to watch a king pill-level battle by observing the expressions of both parties. But whether it was Bai Zai or Wang Lu, they were both far beyond common sense. Just as the audience was discussing among themselves, the two people in the arena finally spoke. Despicable and shameless, Bai Zai said through gritted teeth. Hearing this, many people secretly heaved a sigh of relief, because it seemed that Bai Zai had suffered a loss. As for the despicable and shameless accusations, for those who liked Wang Lu, it was just a passing breeze. However, in the next moment, everyone was on tenterhooks. For this victory, you don't even want your own life. What are you thinking? As he spoke, Bai Zai straightened his body and waved his hand to retrieve all the 7 golden seals. Then, he shook his head forcefully, looking like a victor who was angry at his enemy for not fighting. Then, he reached out and touched his chest. With a flick of his wrist, his fingers picked up a fat silkworm the size of a thumb. The silkworm was completely golden, and it kept twisting in Bai Zai's fingertips. Bai Zai stared at this golden silkworm seriously, then raised his head and asked Wang Lu, "What is this?" Wang Lu smiled. Golden silkworm goo. Golden silkworm goo? It's a powerful tool that seizes the fortune of heaven and earth to break through to the nascent soul level from the king pill. Doesn't it feel good? Hearing this, the audience suddenly came to a realization. So this was what Bai Zai was referring to when he said despicable and shameless. With a strange insect called golden silkworm goo, he forcibly pushed Bai Zai's stage to Yuanying stage, making him violate the rules and take the initiative to lose. Of course, no one had ever heard of the golden silkworm goo that could absolutely make a person break through to the next stage. Moreover, they were sure that before today, the golden silkworm goo had never appeared in 9 regions. However, since it was Wang Lu, then it was not surprising that he could come up with something. Thinking of the last fight, Quan Zouhua lost the match because she absorbed too much energy while killing her opponent. It was really the cycle of heaven and retribution. On the other hand, in order to send this golden silkworm goo into Bai Zai's body, Wang Lu was hit by the 7 golden seals at the same time. Was this okay? However, seeing that the two people on the stage didn't care about this issue, Bai Zai coldly asked, "Is this golden silkworm goo the work of that witch doctor?" Wang Lu nodded his head and said, "Although a Wu's stage is not high, she's the best witch doctor in the 9 regions." Bai Zai also nodded his head and said, "The Great Desolate Era is indeed a great magical ability. Unfortunately, it's extinct in the Great Desolate Era. After all, it's a crooked way. If you rely too much on this kind of thing, even if you get a few points by luck, you will not be able to convince the public, let alone let you go far." The next moment, Bai Zai's finger swallowed and spat out true yuan, which immediately wiped out the golden silkworm. "You win this match," Bai Zai said, "but how long can you celebrate this victory?" Wang Lu said, "Yes, I'm dead, you can slowly celebrate." With that, Wang Lu's figure, like a grand firework, exploded with a loud bang and turned into pieces of golden rainbow. At this moment, millions of spectators were stunned. This situation was really unexpected to anyone. Seeing the end of the fight, all the contestants were ejected out of the arena, and the terrain in the arena quickly changed, returning to the default state. However, people still felt that their minds were blank. Was this the end of the fight? Wang Lu won and then died? Wang Lu died? The golden powder that exploded just now seemed to linger in front of their eyes. People saw with their own eyes that Wang Lu was hit by the 7 golden seals at the same time. Even Wang Wu could not withstand the immortal treasure that condensed the path of negation at will. She had to use a substitute spell to offset the damage. No matter how strong Wang Lu was, could he be stronger than his master? After being hit by the concentrated fire, wasn't this the normal result? However, why did Wang Lu get hit by the concentrated fire? Judging from the nimbleness and agility he displayed at the start of the battle, even if he could not defeat the encirclement of the 7 golden seals, he would at least be able to hold on for a long time. Who knows when he would be able to find a flaw and send the golden silkworm into Bai Zai's body. But he sacrificed himself so heroically as if he was going to die on purpose? At this moment, thinking back to what Bai Zai asked just now, people couldn't help but agree. For such a victory, he even sacrificed his own life. What on earth was Wang Lu thinking? Did he see that the situation in the Wuxia League was declining, so he planned to sacrifice himself to wake up the others? The problem was that the sacrifice was too big. Judging from the previous performance of the Wuxia League, there were many things that they couldn't do. Their subjective initiative had long been mobilized, and what was left was a problem of ability. Therefore, in this situation, it was better for everyone to fall asleep than to lose a awake Wang Lu. Just when people were flustered and felt at a loss about the future, they suddenly heard a sneer from the rostrum. This laughter was captured by the broadcasting equipment in the arena and spread through the thousands of signboards in the City of Immortals. Are you sure that the one who died is Wang Lu? He has neither non-phase sword nor primal chaos heaven-splitting sword chi. Whether it's the fighting style or the spell used, it's very different from Wang Lu. Except for the face and the mouth, is there anything similar between him and Wang Lu? The one who spoke was not a cultivator from the Wuxia League, but a thin and scholarly old man from the Dixian camp. As soon as this remark came out, not to mention the people from the Wuxia League, even the Dixian camp was in an uproar. Bai Zai's face turned livid and he glared at him. What did you say? The old man didn't pay any attention to him and only stroked his beard. Same body goo, golden silkworm goo, and this fake 5-colored earth puppet. I didn't expect the black shaman tribe's bloodline to actually not be severed. When people heard this, they felt inexplicable. They knew the names of same body insect and golden silkworm insect, but what was 5-color earth puppet? What was the black shaman tribe? Unfortunately, the old man didn't explain too much. After saying these words and showing his sense of existence, he silently sat back like a stone sculpture, which made people want to run over and slap him. He didn't finish his words, and the most important thing was to keep people in suspense. If this wasn't asking for a slap, then what was it? However, based on the old man's words, it was not difficult for people to outline the outline of the truth. Just now, the one who fought against the Dixian Bai Zai was not Wang Lu himself, but a substitute called 5-color earth puppet. Because it was a substitute, Wang Lu's best non-phase sword and primal chaos sword chi were not really used. Instead, Wang Lu's 5-element spell, which was rarely used, was frequently used. And because it was an earth puppet, there was no burden in using it to perish together with the enemy. Then, a golden silkworm insect and a 5-color earth puppet easily won the game. After figuring this out, there was a burst of laughter inside and outside the Immortal One area. In the midst of the laughter, Bai Zai's face gradually turned from green to white, and then turned red. Because as the old man pointed out the truth, he also understood everything. Indeed, from the beginning, the opponent was basically full of flaws. As Wang Lu, he didn't use non-phase sword, didn't play his defensive advantage, and instead fought a mobile battle, which was simply unreasonable. And at the last moment, the primal chaos sword chi that he brewed, although it seemed to have both form and spirit, if one looked closely, it was not difficult to find that the speed of the sword chi was still a lot slower than the real primal chaos sword chi. These flaws, in retrospect, were simply ridiculous. However, he thought that the opponent was Wang Lu, so everything was possible. He turned a blind eye to the flaws and finally fell into a trap. This was simply an unprecedented shame. The opponent didn't even appear in person, but just used two props to easily cut him down. And his previous hard work, seriously modifying the negation seal of the immortal treasure, tailor-made tactics for the King Pill level battle, at this time, all seemed to have become a joke. Wang Lu. Come out. Don't hide like this. Isn't this the first battle you'll be participating in? Are you going to fool everyone with an earth puppet? As soon as Bai Zai's voice fell, Wang Lu's voice sounded. I'm sorry, I'm not using an earth puppet. After a pause, he said again. I'm using IQ. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.